Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Starlit Future, the Unveiled Galaxy, part 2 of 3. Now, if you haven't seen part 1, I'm just going to ask you to go ahead, just put this on pause, open up another little tab, and go over and watch that so that this actually makes a little bit of sense, hopefully. Yes, so it's cool. You go do that. I'll wait here.
Link in the description. Screw you guys. You have to do that now.
Are they gone? I think they're gone. Okay, so now that they're gone, let's get a little bit of previously on Starlit Future. We met our intrepid field team, starting with Lieutenant Commander Ladi arriving by shuttle to Vertex City Station, the exact center of all known cosmic borders of the various peoples and planets of the Cosmic Trust, ready for his new assigned mission to the CTF Mariposa, a one-of-a-kind, first-of-its-kind ship meant to travel outward to explore a brand new, or at least newly discovered by us, galaxy, known only to us as the Unveiled Galaxy. We also meant a member of the engineering team, Mr. Rudy Rodriguez, as well, and they converged with their field team leader, their field commander and first officer of the CTF Mariposa, Constant Thoughtful Actions. And all together, as the dedicated field team of this mission, you all went to the ship where it's docked underneath in the hangar, its own proprietary hangar, underneath Vertex City Station. You all met up with Humbly Seeking Knowledge, the chief cultural officer, and took a tour of the ship, meeting all of the various senior officers and seeing all of the various things that this ship has in store, knowing that you are supposed to have a few days here parked at Vertex, just getting to know the ship. Then you're going to go out on a week-long journey, a test flight, before you actually head into the Unveiled Galaxy. But just as you arrived on the bridge at the end of your tour, meeting with the captain, a red alert sort of came through, a direct message from Admiral Yularu, who is overseeing this mission, that a strange frequency, a message, if you will, has been received and is now being transmitted directly to the ship. The captain put it over the speakers, and you heard these strange, at first kind of random, but then harmonic, vocal-like tones, musical in nature, just blinking on and off, layering on top of each other. And as this happened, you all sort of had a full circle moment from this weird electrical interference that's been manifesting in strange little ways throughout your tour of the ship, finally converging on this moment as you're hearing this sound, and you all saw your reflections in the mirrors, but your faces didn't quite look like your own. You were almost haggard and urgent, and you knew this was almost a different you. But Ladi, also known as Ladi, had an even more kind of special, deeper connection, using his electrical powers to feed energy into a frequency, causing a short line of communication between you and this phantom other you. Just enough to hear in your own voice across this frequency, "Be ready, they're coming." You won't be able to understand, and then it cut out. And as the alarm also cut, and the message stops being constantly blared through the speakers, the Captain Okita, turned to you, all of you, and said, "Field team, report." And we pick back up there.
Captain, you ever look into you're watching you ever look into a mirror and you see yourself, but then you start doing something that you're not actually doing in real life? Like, it's kind of like you're watching a video file of yourself. Has that ever happened to you?
No, Lieutenant Commander, I can't say that I have. Is this
Incredible.
something you've just experienced?
Yeah, because that's never happened to me either before, approximately 5 seconds ago. I saw myself in the view screen, and then I turned to myself out here, and I said, "Be ready. they're coming. You won't be able to. And then there was kind of a dramatic pause for a second. And then I said, understand. And then it cut out. So
Interesting.
I don't know what that means.
I personally only experienced the first part. I did not hear any language being spoken.
Same as the commander with me on that.
I kind of used a little bit of my electricity to tap in, if you will, to the frequency that was going on. And I know that there's been kind of some anomalies in terms of surges of energy throughout the ship, so maybe it has something to do with that.
He turns to an operations officer working at a terminal nearby, up on a screen toward the back end of the bridge, sort of up the ramps on either side. And he looks up at that person and goes, I would like a continuous full spectrum diagnostic of the ship with emphasis on all electrical systems, signals passing in and out of each key system and minor systems. However long it takes, keep it going. And then he reaches up and taps on his communicator and he says, Commander Tufti, I would like an all-spectrum analysis of that message. Get your whole team working on it. Anyone you can spare. And you hear a voice respond, Yes, sir. Already on it, sir.
Could I roll a brains check to try to feel out how I just connected with, like if I'm aware of whatever frequency I tapped into or how I just connected with
Interesting.
the field or magnetic shift in that way? Electromagnetic shift.
Yes. Go ahead and make a brains check. This is let's see. You are specifically trying to just see if you know. That translates to me like, do I know the mechanics of how this just worked?
Yeah.
And I think there's a level of difficulty that comes from the fact that there's not really a frame of reference for what could be, like what this is, seeing a phantom self. So the difficulty is, well, let me hear what die is your brain?
I have a D10 in brains.
D10. Okay. So this is going to be,
What die is your brain? What shape is your brain?
this is
It
going to be a
looks
difficulty
exactly
of
like this.
7.
Okay.
Difficulty of 7, just because you can probably figure out a basic mechanical thing with your own body. But every like bigger levels of success beyond that are going to be like theories about what this could be.
Do I get any advantage or anything on this just because I'm a Volkai?
I don't believe so, because
sure.
it's not something that is unique to navigation, so you don't get advantage.
For sure.
I have
Gotcha.
a question. Because I am command track, how do I grant rerolls? I have to help in some way.
Correct. You are able to do that. So
Can I sort of like quick huddle with the team, with everyone, because Rudy is an engineer who works in electricity. I am electricity, and Ladi is a Volkai who uses. Can we use our pool together, our electrical knowledge, both on the bio side and the mechanical side? And can I help talk, like do a little brainstorm really quick on the bridge and help and grant a reroll for this?
Yeah, so you can kind of get everybody kind of focused together using your rank, but also your ability to just connect to people. And you can use your ability that you get for being command track and being the first commander in general, the first officer. So you are able to grant a reroll to your ally. So you actually do get advantage because of your commanding officer helping you talk it out.
Can I
For
make...
flavor?
Mhm.
For flavor, constant thoughtful actions can connect with the ship in a way that grants them better access than anyone else, right?
In essence.
I know that it's more of an administrative thing, but could I put my hand on constant thoughtful actions and they put their hand on the ship and we kind of do a or electromagnetic engagement that way?
Interesting.
You
Is
can
that a
certainly
vibe?
try. I would say that your sort of electrical nature of being a Pondu, being living neurons animating a small body of water, it's not like you can just go into the internet with your brain.
Right.
right? It's not like you're a sentient computer or anything. It's just you operate your body and your robot body and your tank via your electrical signals. So what that manifests as is almost like a Wi-Fi connection. You can sort of turn things on and off, but it's not like you can like do a search engine in your own.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In my mind, I'm piggybacking off of the Wi-Fi or like
Right.
just the connection that they have. I'm not necessarily interacting with their electro stuff.
Mhm.
It's just getting more access into the ship.
Yeah.
It's just
You're getting
for flavor.
fast. It's more like getting faster access, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I also make a brains check to figure out why can I make a brains check as well for what Ladi is trying to figure out? Now that I am helping introduce ideas and discussion.
Well, it's one or the other, right?
Okay.
Because if you're involving yourself in this situation, you're talking it out with Ladi, you're giving Ladi that reroll. If you want to make the roll yourself, then you don't give the reroll.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you should just get the reroll. Just get the reroll.
All right, first officer. Let's do this together. And maybe if you have
I could
a
take
hand,
half, but it's fine.
maybe I put my hand up. Oh, you could take half on this?
I could take half, but
Well, the possibility of getting, I will say, the
try.
possibility of getting exceptional levels of success, getting 5 or more above that 7 mark, could help you go beyond the mechanics of yourself and try to start figuring out what this whole thing might be. So that's the benefit of you trying to roll it and not just taking half.
Do you want to roll for yourself, Karina, or
No, I want to
Or
see
Asteria.
what Ladi gets because Ladi
sure.
knows himself best.
that? Okay, Mama needs a new pair of shoes. That is a 2 and a 1.
No,
That's not what we
no.
need at all.
On a 2 and a 1, that's a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's not 5 below. So it's not an exceptional failure. You don't understand the mechanics. The idea of someone, another you giving you a warning, you understand the words, and you, with your out of character brain, you can make whatever inferences about that you want to and apply that in character, right? But in terms of figuring out why this happened, you've never been in a situation where your power has used itself. Usually when you discharge electricity, you are doing it deliberately. Now, when you were young and your powers were first manifested, I say powers, but it's an innate ability that Rolkai have, right? When it was first manifesting, that is something that happens, right? Like at Rolkai puberty, you start sparking out and it can happen randomly with emotional outbursts and you have to learn some level of control. This hasn't happened since that. And even then, it's always singular bursts. You have never in your life experienced electricity bleeding out of your body and creating a spectrum of some kind. You kind of figure that if you were you kind of figure that to understand how this works, it's almost going to take something a little bit more medical. Like you need an analysis of your body to figure out what the fuck just happened to you.
Yeah. So I don't know what just happened. Thank you so much for your help, first officer. But that kind of, here's my pay grade, and that's where this is all operating. It's kind of hanging out right above there. So it felt honestly kind of like I was going through puberty again. In that I couldn't control my powers in the way, or at least I wasn't conscious of controlling my powers in a way that I'm used to now as an adult. I think I need to go to the medical bay like really soon.
Can I?
Oh, sorry. You go.
Thank you. Can Rudy take out like a engineering doodad thingamajig and like try and trace the electricity that he sent into the system and then see where that went throughout the ship?
Ooh.
Trace the electricity that came from where exactly?
From Ladi, like when he saw like his own thing, and then see if that goes anywhere else in the ship, because I know that we've been having all these weird phase variances in different places.
Okay, yeah, it's been a minute or two already. So right, tracking where electricity went could be pretty difficult, right? Because electricity moves extremely fast, and you didn't see it. It wasn't visible to the naked eye. So you're hearing about it. So you're gonna have to go into the ship's systems and try to manually track if there was any surge of electricity into the ship. So I'm gonna have you go ahead and make. Technically, this isn't really an engineering role, unless you went down to engineering and did it that way. This is a computer check because you're checking the ship's systems.
I have a thing.
Fucking forensic
you can-
electromagnetism is sick.
You
That's
can
so
make
cool.
you can make a brains roll.
With my investigation D6 for mechanics.
It's not mechanical though. It's the
I
thing.
mean,
This
but,
is
like-
very cybernetic. This is electrical.
Yeah, but you use like circuits and stuff in mechanics.
What is mechanical to a hyper advanced future in which your body is innately kind of transcended and can engage with mechanics at all times?
I would say the actual physical mechanisms of the engine, repairing damaged consoles throughout the ship. I mean, those are there are still physical things you have to engage with rather than simply accessing a computer and not actually interacting with any hardware. This is a software problem.
Oh.
You know what I mean? You're looking for an electrical signal that was sent through the ship's systems. You're not engaging with any hardware. So for me, the distinction between engineering and computer is software, hardware.
I was just saying that I was gonna like try and find that trace. Like while they were doing their whole thing, he was gonna try and trace it and then trace it through the wiring itself, not through the systems. But I'll just roll brains.
What's the number that Ben's trying to hit?
The number is 10 this time.
10?
But if your skill is an investigation, right? In general, just trying to problem solve and connect pieces. So I would let you add your investigation.
It's more mechanics, so like when something is wrong with the ship or doodad.
But this is something that's happening. To the ship.
I respect your honor system in saying that because I would have let you use that.
Okay. Yeet.
That was a good die roll sound.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, thank you. It's the metal dice. I'm gonna burn an adversity point to get
Solid.
myself up to 15.
5 levels above.
Yeah.
So-
Let's go.
Here's the interesting thing. You were going to be interrupted by the next plot point before you were able to complete this. With 5 levels of success above, something kicks in. Yes, you are a hardware man. You are connected to the actual mechanisms of the ship rather than the actual computer systems. But there is an inherent connection, and you have a chance, right? Your training kicks in. So you head over to the console, and the ensign who's currently working on the full spectrum analysis or the diagnostic that's still running on the ship that your commanding officer called for earlier, Callie. And you go into that and you piggyback off of the analysis that's already running to save yourself time. And you are able to very readily see that there was a slow but noticeable passive charge of electricity that did emanate from that area of the ship, and it didn't go anywhere specific. It passed into, like, in the direction of the windshield, and then it seemed to just sort of fade off. It didn't go anywhere. It dissipated almost naturally somewhere. And I think with that degree of success as well, let's see, what is some extra flavor information I could give you for this? Given your explicit goal to trace that electricity, I would say that it doesn't behave quite the same way. Usually when electricity passes and then naturally dissipates into the air, you can usually trace that a little bit better. It sort of ionizes the air almost, especially coming from a Volkai. What you notice here is it dissipated in a way that looks like it was actually used up. Like something ate that energy to use it for something. And whatever that something is, it's just gone.
Well, I'll put down $5 on ghosts, crew.
And as soon as you say that, there is a beep from the console nearby, the operations terminal that Humbly Seeking Knowledge is currently using. And you notice actually that Humbly Seeking Knowledge has a very hefty robot body. He has like the tankier one. And it is currently, I think you might have noticed it when you first came onto the bridge, but it was just waiting like a statue next to that console. And he actually went and plugged his head like up onto the shoulders in the way that First Officer does. And he has been working that console. He just took his shift there. And he goes, you all hear kind of a beep from that terminal. And he goes, "Sir, we're receiving a message from Core." And when he says Core, you guys know that is the Council of Representatives. These are the representatives from the various Cosmic Trust races who largely oversee this. Think of it like an intergalactic United Nations in charge of decisions that affect everyone. They're not necessarily a governing body because there's not one shared government between everyone. They are just responsible for decisions that affect trade between different worlds or missions that are going to be Cosmic Trust starship missions that involve everyone, anything like that, right? They are the first and final word when it comes to that stuff. So that's what you know that Core means. He goes, "We're receiving an urgent message from Core. They're requesting a conference with all senior officers and yourself, Captain, at your earliest convenience. That is to say, now."
My God. Admiral Yularu did not stay online. He didn't send a verbal message. He sent a text, essentially, right? Like he's not on communication right now. Right?
Not presently, but he sent a message directly to the captain before.
I see.
But now a meeting is being requested. So that didn't need to be like, hey, direct message.
Right.
You know?
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Also, because those comms are for people who are on this frequency of people who are on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're over presumably in the central building structure in Harmony Square. So they're not on this frequency.
Before we do this meeting, do we already have an origin point for this signal, or are we still working on it?
An origin point for the signal, yeah, that's kind of the information you're waiting on.
Okay, cool.
Because the signal, it's not like the signal was blaring through the speakers automatically. Admiral Yularu, from what you understand, transmitted the message over to here, to the ship. Yeah. So the captain looks over at you guys, and he does this. He like wiggles his jaw kind of back and forth underneath his beard, and he strokes it once, and then he goes on comms and he says, "All senior officers, please report to conference room A immediately." And then he looks at you three and he says, "I'd like you to accompany me. Seems as though you have a stake in this, and I believe that Core would like to hear this development."
Yes, sir.
Very well.
I just sit in the comfy chairs today.
Mm-hmm. Captain Okita brings you over back to the elevator, and you head, let's see, you're on deck 10, and you're going up to deck 12. So it's a short ride. The conference rooms are pretty nearby. And you step out onto this, it's strangely convention-like, the series of hallways leading to these larger double doors, multiple doors per room, that lead into conference rooms of various sizes. And you are going to conference room, well, actually, I'm going to call it conference room 1, not A. because the alphabet is limited and numbers are universal. So you go into conference room 1, which is the largest one that is reserved for command senior officer meetings. And you see that all of the other senior officers are making their way here at this moment. And so, of course, you would be here even if the whole field team was not requested. Mm-hmm. But you also see Koti Ra. You see Callie McAllister. Dr. Feng, technically not a senior officer as the chief medical officer, in charge of the medical facilities, but in situations like this, not required. So the doctor is not here. But Zila is also here, chief of navigation. There is only one of these senior officers, truly, that you had not met yet, though you had heard his voice. And you, of course, have met him before, but you see the chief science officer, Tufti, who is a Verd Unala. The Verd are the shortest and the fluffiest of the Unala. While most Unala hover around 7 to 8 feet tall, Verd Unala are more on the human spectrum of height, and he's on the shorter end. He is maybe 5'5", and he has fluffy gray and white spotted fur all across his body that puffs out of his collar, which his collar is zipped up all the way. So he has this like out of his neck that makes his head kind of look huge. He has exceptionally tufty, fluffy ears. Like his ears, they end, and then there's just hair that continues and goes off of them. Big ice blue eyes. Big smile despite the situation. And as Verd Unala tend to have, he has horns like a markhor. If you've ever seen a markhor, they're a very weird looking animal that I love. They go straight out like a foot from his like 5'5". So really he still takes up like 6'5" worth of space, but a foot of that is just curled horns that curl straight up and come to a point out of his head. So he shuffles up there and he's pretty quick. And he nods to you guys and he gives a little salute to the captain. And the captain actually steps aside and stands at the door while like everybody else filters in. And then he makes his way in. And you see this oval-shaped table. There is a huge flat screen on the opposite end at one, like behind the head of the table on one side, that is currently displaying the diagnostic that is actively running. You also notice that there are interfaces that I think you would be the one who would initially think to turn these on, knowing what kind of meeting this is going to be. So you would go over and you would slide open these panels on the sides and the seat of a few of the chairs that remain empty on one side of the table. Everyone else takes their place on one side, and one side is left empty where these screens are coming alive. And holograms in 3 dimensions begin to be projected Jedi Council style in these chairs on one end of the table. And you do see the various members of CORE, the Council of Representatives, who I will describe presently as you take your seats. So the first hologram you see is the familiar, harsh-featured form of the Unala representative and primary person, member of the Cosmic Trust, who is overseeing this mission. So that is Admiral Yalaru. And you see a massive, muscular man who, like on Unala, if you don't know Unala very well, it's really hard to distinguish age on their face. It's easier to determine them by the state of their horns and the way they carry themselves, especially considering that Unala can live into 1,000+ years, right? So, but he carries himself like a strong, wizened older man who's been through it. And you know that he has, because he very famously is an admiral who fought in the war against the Kithrali. And he is a Nok Unala, much the same as Nurse Nava, who you met. So he has that short, black-furred, panther-like look with just completely sharp teeth, harsh yellow eyes that are furrowed. But one of those eyes, even via the hologram, you can tell is a cybernetic replacement meant to look like his eye. It matches, but you can tell if you look closely. And there is a streak of white fur that is a little bit shorter and lighter than the rest of his black fur that goes up through that eye, an old scar from the war that continues up to one of his ears that is kind of crumpled and torn at the edge, at the top. And the other one points straight up. And he is sitting just with his back straight, looking forward, sort of waiting to begin the meeting, as he is sort of the one who is expected to begin the meeting. You also see the Kithrali representative, Vinthric. And Vinthric is a little more heavy-set, broad shoulders with really long, curly gray hair that frames his face. And you can see the hint of like reptilian jowls, but he still has that strong jaw underneath. Scaled, very green tinted, like olive green tinted skin, and one eye that is completely cybernetic, but not in the way that Yolaru's is. It is actually like a cyborg eye that is red and swivels, has like a telescope element that can come in and out. And there's an entire like silver plated section that goes up through his temple as well, where the eye sits. It's like a fixture that's been grafted there. You see the Volkai representative, Ly, and she doesn't have the same constant, eerily calm posture that, say, Koti Ra does. And she does also look like she may be a little bit older. She may be like closer to 45, as Volkai live like into their 60s. And she has this high-collared blue robe that is sleeveless that cascades down over a white shirt, and her patterns are her black mane patterns are a little more raccoon-like. They're not a bunch of them like all over her face. They're just like circles, making her eyes almost look even bigger, like dark pools with a blue ring in the center. And last but not least, the human representative, a transcended human woman, or actually not woman, transcended human individual named Theron Montez. And they have dark brown skin that is flecked with actually glittering silver points of light that are meant to look like stars that are all across their skin, like every inch of their skin.
That's sick.
And they have bright white hair that has, I would say, one distinct curl that curls like it's styled to curl perfectly as a curlicue in the center of their forehead, and the rest of it slicks straight back like a longer pixie cut, like slicked straight to the head. And they are maintaining that sense of calm as they look around the room. And as you all sit, the captain finally takes his place at the head of the table on the other side, directly across from Admiral Yularu. And the admiral begins to speak. The first thing that he does is he sees the field team and then looks back at the captain. He says, Captain, we did not request the presence of the field team at this time. And the captain says, with respect, sir, my field team is our first line of both diplomacy and defense. Now, if this is indeed leading to a first contact, the very first contact that we were hoping for, well, they should be informed. As well, they seem to have had something of a personal encounter with regard to this message. Commander?
Lieutenant Commander Ladi can further inform, as he had the most connection.
Yeah, Commander. Yes, Commander. So we experienced a phenomenon where I believe me and the other two field team members present saw reflections of ourselves in the view screen of the bridge that looked like us, but were moving and doing things that we were not doing in that moment. Specifically, my reflection or doppelganger, if you will, looked at me and said the phrase, "Be ready. They're coming. You won't be able to." And then there was a dramatic pause, and then it was said, "Understand." And then it kind of just cut out really quickly. And I was able to connect with my doppelganger self through my electromagnetic abilities and senses. We have been, excuse me, we have been unable to determine what I was connecting to or why I was able to connect to it. Oh, geez, excuse me. I'm so sorry, officers, but I am planning on going to the medical bay immediately after this meeting to kind of get a better sense of what physiologically was occurring to me in that moment.
All the representatives look at each other. They share this look of concerned confirmation. And you realize in that moment there's more to this that is forthcoming. And that look, it seems to originate pretty much right when you said the words, "They're coming." They look back at you. And Theron Montez actually speaks first and says, "Before we get into the further developments, I would like to put forward that I believe all three of you should have medical checks, and frankly, it might behoove you to have routine medical scans completed on a more expedited rate. Frankly, we need to know if anyone else has experienced this or if this is unique to you three."
If I may add something, counselors, I did a quick check with the ship's computer and confirmed that the electricity that Lieutenant Commander Ladi released was used up instead of dissipated. So
Representative N responds to that, which you may expect. And she leans back, she steeples her fingers together, and she says, "Used up. Interesting turn of phrase. I take it to mean that the source, that which pulled the electrical energy from your lieutenant commander, was not identified. It simply was gone."
I only had about 30 seconds, but so far, yes.
At this point, Toofty pipes up and goes, "We are currently still working on a diagnostic of the ship to make sure that we can cover all of our bases." And Olai nods at that. And the captain says, "Forgive me, representatives, but it seems as though there are further developments that you're holding back. Now would be the time." And you see that confidence in that diplomat. Coming from anyone else, that might have been rude to say to higher ups, but he projected this element of respect and urgency that none of them seem to take offense to. And Yularu comes forward just a little bit, and the motion, you can't help but note the predatory nature of it, even though it is not the intention, because his muscles are tensed in this, and that snarl of his face as he leans forward and his shoulders come up, and he begins to tell you, this message, if that is what we wish to call it, was transmitted directly to the Cloud Spotter satellite at the edge of the Unala border. As you know, the Cloud Spotter is programmed to switch automatically to a continuous scan should it pick up anything out of the ordinary, such as it did when the Shroud Nebula first dissipated. The origin came from the direction of the first habitable planet at the outer edge of its scanning capabilities. In the moments after the message was received, Cloud Spotter detected a vessel on an approach vector. While it is not yet close enough for a more detailed scan, it is barely a tenth the size of the Mariposa. From what we can tell, 64 life signs aboard. A strange energy signature emanating that we cannot quite quantify. At this point, Vinthric, the Keithrali representative, takes up the conversation and goes, best we can tell, there were no recognizable weapon systems. Nothing. No ion cannons, no photon torpedoes, not even an EMP. If they do have something, well, my guess is it's that energy signature. Whatever weapons they could have, well, they're beyond the scope of our technology. We have our own people analyzing the message, trying to figure out a pattern, but at this point, our guess is as good as yours. You guys are welcome to chime in at that if you wish to as well. He does take a pause there.
I think in a very human way, I just mutter under my speaker, we won't be able to understand.
Counselors, officers, does this by any necessity affect the status of our mission? Because, I mean, since we're already going out to greet new life forms and explore, maybe this is just the first step, and maybe these people aren't hostile. And of course, I know that the message that I received indicates that a form that is coming is hostile, but we don't necessarily know that it's this ship. Could we, as the start of our mission, just initiate a first contact scenario with them?
Okay. There is no real risk associated with the role that I'm about to ask you, but because of the specific nature of what you're saying, I want to just ask you to make a brains roll to see if you can pick something up when you say that.
Okay.
The difficulty, I'm going to call it a 6.
Thank God that was not a charm roll, because I have a D6 in that.
Can I also roll? No one can really see it because I'm a bowl of water, but
I exploded! Ah! Let's go!
You are the king of exploding in this game.
Let's go!
So far.
Asteria, keep going. What were you saying?
But I think my not visible face is trained on Admiral Yularu very purposefully and intently.
Okay.
I also
You can make that brains roll as well.
Yeah.
That's a 15, baby.
Add an empathy D6.
And that does factor into this specific thing.
I ended up with a 15. Can I burn 2 adversity tokens to get double to have 5 times 2 of what the base was? Wait, you said 6, right? Or did you say
Yes.
7? Oh, could I burn 1 adversity token and have 10 above the DC?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
What'd you get?
As usual, Admiral Yularu evades me. I don't fail. I get a 7, but it's not like not as ridiculous as Ladi.
Okay. So yeah, you hit the DC and won. So you didn't get the extreme success, but you hit the goal of noticing that Ladi's words and demeanor, and specifically what he said, got his attention, like pulled it completely to him, and the reaction is positive. But Ladi, with 2 levels above, you feel in this moment, this is like the first active step of tangibly proving yourself in the field already. Before the mission has even begun, you weren't supposed to be in this room, but the captain brought you here because of what happened. And there was this strange air of tension coming from Yularu before, of like, I understand why these people are here. I'm not going to fight it.
They're not pleased about it.
But I'm not all the way thrilled that my fellow Unala, the captain, who I, am watching very closely, kind of overstepped here. In this moment, you cut through that and you prove that not only you, but your whole team should be in this room. And it bleeds out from Yularu. It's like dominoes. From him, it goes all the way through every representative, and it ends on Vinthric as well, who is kind of a hard sell too, or at least it's kind of hard to read. And the tension between Volkai and Keithrali as well, you can make whatever inferences that you want to do there, but there's nothing personal to determine whether that's at play here. It's just sort of ever present.
It's just history, baby.
Yeah. So I think with that exceptional level of success, you realize that you now have some leeway. Like, the mic is yours, and you have now proven that you kind of can be trusted here. Yeah. And Yularu, for sure, this grizzled war hero figure who a lot of people are kind of afraid of. I think you might even get a hint of the other side to his personality. And you notice something that no one else in this room that you know of sees here. And that there is a flickering at the corners of his mouth where there's like a goofy, like sort of dad joke, like paternal approval of this situation. You've actually kind of made him laugh.
I would request, with the permission of my first officer and captain and you counselors as well, that after our initial medical check, that this be assigned to the away team as our first mission for the CTF Mariposa and the Cosmic Trust in general.
Yularu says, "This is already agreed. Now, we understand that you were meant to have a few days to acclimate yourself to the ship, but several of the senior officers have already been here aboard the ship long enough. You all have been chosen for your respective positions for a reason. Now, we have ships that are closer, that could intercept at Cloud Spotter sooner, and they are on standby, but this ship, this crew, was put together for this exact mission, and it will be for nothing if this first contact happens and it is not you. It is our official position that the Mariposa should launch today." And Endo Ly goes, At maximum warp, you should be there within 6 days. A full day before the projected arrival of the ship, should it maintain its current course. Now, best we can tell, its warp capabilities are, well, simply not on par with the Mariposas. Granted, no other ship that we know of is, but this especially. And the captain nods, and he straightens in his chair even more, and he says, "Understood. Do you have a recommended time frame?" And Theron Montez says, "The sooner the better. But if you could be ready to take off in the next 2 hours, this would be ideal." He nods and he says, "Very well, representatives. We will make it happen." And their holograms stand. They nod, and Yularu says, his eyes sort of faintly still attracted in the direction of Ladi. He says, "May the stars be with you." And he nods, and his feed cuts, and everyone else is cut as well. The captain stands. Actually, no, the captain doesn't stand. He swivels in his chair, and he leans forward, puts his elbows on the table, interlaces his fingers and places them under his chin. As he looks over one at a time at his senior officers, he begins giving assignments out to everyone. And he gets to you guys last. No one leaves when they get their assignments. They're waiting to be dismissed. He gets to constant thoughtful actions, and he says, "I agree that all 3 of you should have a medical scan completed, but as soon as it is, your particular expertise in xenolinguistics should be put to use here. The more we know before we take off, the better. And we will have that 6-day window to continue working on this, but I want you working closely with the science team."
Of course, Captain.
And then he goes to Rudy. He goes, "Mr. Rodriguez, that was quick thinking, piggybacking off of the diagnostic, as you did. I want you to keep up with that momentum. Work closely with Commander Callie. There are certain precautions we could take. Perhaps consider some of those retrofits you were telling me about." And he smiles, and Callie goes, "Yeah, I can do that." And he says, "It would be most helpful if you could continue to explore the connection between our hardware and software, so to speak. Keep searching for any anomalous electrical interferences. Anything out of the ordinary whatsoever, even if it's a flickering light bulb. I want to know about it."
I'll be on it like white on rice, sir.
Indeed. And he looks to... Finally, he looks to Ladi, and he says, "Mr. Ladi, your medical scan is perhaps the most important, seeing as the connection you had. Well, there's something there. Dr. Feng should be able to help you, but beyond that, let them do their work. I'd like you in navigation. Work with Commander Zila. I'd like you to try to plot the best course possible. We're going to be at maximum warp, which will strain the engines a little more than I'd like." And he looks back to the engineering team. but his attention stays, like his eyes went back to engineering, but his face stayed toward Ladi and Zila. And he says, I'd like you to find me the best, fastest course possible. We're going to need to cut some corners here.
Captain, also permission from you and Commander Zila to run some simulations on different crafts we have on board to find the most effective and non-intrusive craft to go out on this mission. I would, at the very base, just like to get a handle on what we're working with on the ship.
A wise idea, though these particular concerns are secondary to those of the moment. I would say that when you complete your work and pass off into the waiting period, let the science team do their jobs, then you'll have your time.
Yes, sir.
The course's plot. Do what you need to do.
Aye, Captain.
Dismissed.
Captain, before we all break, I have a idea and a request, if you may. The thought of 64 life signs being on this ship, it sticks out to me. It seems oddly specific for a crew. I could just be making patterns where none exist, but back in Earth time, around the 20th century, there were these systems called 64-bit systems. And that odd energy signature, we may be dealing with some sort of artificial intelligence or something. I don't know. That's something that just popped into my mind when I first heard it. But I would also, on top of searching for any more anomalous energy signatures, I request that you approve Chief Ladi and myself to create a secondary closed circuit communication device. So in case these entities are hostile and they try to infect this ship with a virus or something, we don't need to do a whole system purge. We just simply need to get rid of the closed circuit.
I would say work with the science team on this. You'll be able to increase your output. Make it happen. I should tell you, the continuous feed from CloudSpotter has been patched into a direct line to the ship. The science team will be monitoring it, but we won't have visual range of the unknown ship for another 3 days. Once we do, I will need all of your expertise. We want a smooth contact as much as possible. This is what we came here for. Now he was you kind of caught him at the door as everybody, because he said dismissed, so everybody else is like leaving. He says, "Is that all, Lieutenant?"
Yes, sir.
Very well. I'll check in with you soon. He steps out and he returns seemingly to the bridge.
Has Zila gone back to navigation?
Yeah, but you can catch her if you want to. She's heading up there right now.
I can hit her up later. But with everyone out of the room, Ladi just very quickly takes out his little vape and goes, electrical cloud comes out, and he's like, all right, first officer, should we go to medbay now?
I think that would be most wise. And better to get it out of the way first.
Yes, sir.
Excellent work in there, Lieutenant and Lieutenant Commander. I'm very impressed.
Thank you, sir.
We all start headed down to medbay.
With a little swagger in our step, because we just crushed that.
You head up
Rudy
to the med bay. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, please.
I'm just saying that Rudy is already designing like the closed circuit communication thing.
Maybe I could bring my mechanics desk from my room into your room, or you could bring your mechanics desk into my room, and we could just do that thing together and make those comms.
Or you could just come into my room because my desk is pretty expansive. So
yeah, that makes sense.
So as you arrive back in the med bay, you immediately know that Dr. Fang was prepared. They were, informed of what was going on and told to prepare the specific scans that are needed for this. And you see that they and Nurse Nava and I would say a couple of other lower ranking medical officers are working together they've brought a few scanners like in one room next to each other. And like I was talking about earlier, they're like claustrophobia proof. So this is going to sound like the opposite of that, but there is an Iron Maiden-esque shape, but it's open. It's like an open-faced Iron Maiden without the spikes that you can step into and then face out. So you're totally open air, but you just get a scanner comes out in front of your like out past your temples in front of your forehead, and then it moves down the entire length of your body and takes scans of you from like 360 degrees.
Sick.
So this is what Dr. Fang is preparing you for. And they sort of tell you, they run you through the motions of that. They tell you it doesn't feel like anything. There have been some instances of Volkai being aware of the electricity, of it having like a magnetic interference, but they've been working, really hard to accommodate for that. And they think this is like cutting edge and this totally cool, should be able to determine what's going on. So do you guys, do you all consent, like step into the scanners?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
I run away and take an escape pod to escape it.
So you all step into the scanners, and it's done very quickly. And once it's done, you see that they transfer the data over and they move over to their computer and they say, it should be a little while before I have analyzed the results. So I'll call you when it's ready. I'll alert the captain to my findings. In the meantime, you're free to go.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks, Doc.
We leave.
We out.
Yeah. I go vibe with Tutti. I guess no, I go vibe with Tutti.
So it's about 1,100 hours right now. A little after now. So you are aiming to leave at like 1 p.m. You have a tight 2-hour deadline. There is not going to be any pomp and circumstances. This is kind of a big deal. People were going to gather. There are parades happening. There's a countdown in a few days to like people are going to watch the ship go out. And now all of that is gone. You're just going to go. And at this point, you guys are not even aware of like how the city is dealing with that because you're on the ship. You're doing your jobs. You would have to go seek out like, what are they going to tell the people? Are they going to be like, hey, they're leaving 2 hours. Everybody come look. You don't know.
Listen, when you got a blast, you got a blast.
So you have 2 hours. You guys know your assignments that were given to you. You started talking first. Would you like to describe like what it is you attempt to do?
I'm just gonna hang out with Toofty and the rest of the science department and listen to. There's no further signal coming in, correct? That was just the one.
In the time frame that it's been right now, in a very short time frame,
there's no more whale song.
No, it's not. It's not. There has been no report of like more messages.
Okay, so I'm gonna just take the recording of the communication, and I'm just going to, with the help of Amos, just hunker down and try to figure out a way to extrapolate any sort of patterns, alphabet, grammar, just like try to break it apart with this, which is probably really difficult because it's like a 5-second communication, but to the best of my ability, just try to translate and create as much as possible.
Okay. So using Amos, using sort of linguistic database at your disposal,
Probably some
having
like
the science team guide you.
algorithmic pattern creating software like
Mhm.
that can create different combinations of things.
It lowers the DC somewhat. What die are you rolling for brains?
So I have a D20 in brains, and I
Okay.
have
Yo.
a D6 in xenolinguistics.
Yo.
So I will be rolling those.
So here's what I'm going to give you. This is going to be a challenge level of 10.
Okay.
So you could take half.
Could take half.
If you take half, you will meet the goal of a basic analysis of like what this thing looks like. Every 5 above that is going to be getting even deeper and deeper into more specific information and theory about what this is. So you could take half and just succeed and then work from there, and it'll take longer. So it's up to you if you want to roll it or not.
Because this is like continued study, can I re-roll this like in a couple days if I keep working on it in like my spare time and stuff?
Yeah.
Because
this is just your first attempt.
Yeah, I don't want to take half quite yet. I want to try to see if I can crack this nut.
And you're also add your xenolinguistics die.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
You're gonna explode. Guaranteed explosion.
Damn it. I rolled a 5.
Fuck.
That was almost an explosion on the xenolinguistic die.
Still.
Okay, so we're looking for a 5 or more on the D20.
No.
What'd you get?
I was so close to exploding. I got an 8, so that's a 13 total.
Okay, well you still
thank
beat
God.
it. You didn't get 5 above.
I know, I'm greedy. I say no every time I succeed.
Yeah, it scared me for a second.
I
You did
was so
succeed.
scared.
It was on 20 and then it tipped over to 8.
Oh, that's fucked up.
I actually do have I have written down the sort of levels of like how deep you can go with this based on success. So this is kind of the first level of analysis of this. So the first most basic analysis that you come up with is that the obvious connection that you make is music. This is it sounds like music, but you realize that there's no linguistic sort of common ground that you could think of. Like communication with anyone that you meet is going to be an issue. It's not like a universal translator situation. The thing about linguistics as a skill is you can draw on certain universal elements of language and communication to try and extrapolate how a new culture's language might work. And that's what you're doing here, right?
Yeah.
And the
Looking
frame
for
of reference
patterns.
that you have, the pattern that you see, the first thing that hits you is that music at its core is math, which as a first contact message, if that's what it is, the fact that it is music supports the theory that it might not be malicious, just because numerical is like mathematics and numbers is a universal language. It's just something that exists in nature. So it is kind of the go-to for communicating with people that you don't share a language with.
And why would the message be what it was, which was a warning of like a, hey, heads up, it wasn't anything else. It was, you won't understand them, but you are going to make contact with them, so be prepared to not understand them.
And on this success as well, you don't necessarily fully understand what this means or why, but you are listening to it over and over again, so you do hear very clearly the sort of pattern of it, or not the pattern of it, but just what it sounds like, just how it hits you. And the beginning of it is kind of erratic and random. You notice that the sort of harmonies of the song, there will be one voice that cuts out and another will replace it. And every time that does, at the beginning, it's almost like buzzing bees. Like, yes, they are still harmonizing with each other when one blinks out, but it takes like 20 seconds of the sort of chaotic version of the quote unquote song before it evens out. And then the rest of it is more uniform and pretty. It goes from chaotic to controlled and beautiful and expected. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
But you can't pick up a pattern on it just yet. You just know that that is the basic structure of the song.
My first instinct is to be like, well, they were like, oh shit, it's actually working. And then they figured it out.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think they like save the Ableton track where they have extrapolated every single voice and see what, so they can visually see where each one ends and starts throughout. And they they save everything. And they just sort of like ruminate on it for a long time.
Do a little think.
Do a little think. Just do a little think.
Tufty is here with you during this. And he is sort of flitting back and forth between sort of operations area where you are doing these experiments, just listening to it, and the Arboretum where he primarily works. And he comes up to you, I'm going to say maybe on an average success with 2 hours to spare. What makes sense to me is that this is about an hour of analysis for you. So he comes back at that hour mark and he goes, he listens to your report on the subject and he says, right, Commander. Well, if there are any particular hands you would like to pass this off to, types of scans you would like run, well, I'm all ears. And gives you this big sort of childlike smile. The ears do actually sort of twitch and point straight up.
Who's like the big nerd, the biggest, like the big math nerd on the ship? Like who is like the mathematical guy?
Oh, that's an interesting point. Tufty is the head of the science department. So my first instinct would be to say Tufty, but Tufty oversees like managerially very many different aspects of the science department, being, math, computers, programming,
Who's
and
like
then history, language, all that stuff.
Professor Calculus,
Right. Yeah. I would say you can, if you would like to, all of you guys, this is an opportunity for the kind of storytelling that I like, especially in a system like this, where you guys, just like you did with the students at First City, you can populate the ship with more specific characters as we need. So if you want to make up a math person, you can do that, or I'll just come up with one right now.
No, I can go ahead and do that.
Crowdsource that shit.
I think I'll pass it off to actually the math guy, TM, and someone who was brought on to live in Triskaideka and is like a known musician, who's like an accredited like musician, composer, like that kind of person. So I think because this seems to be both a musical and mathematical quandary, if I could ask Lieutenant Commander Aroe to handle the mathematical side, and then if there is anyone in Triskaideka who would potentially know the more musical nature, maybe they could work together and find more nuance than I could.
So you want a math person and a music person?
Yes.
Do the Onala have any musical vibes? Is that something they get down with?
The Unala have music.
I think
I would make you roll for it to see if you know about that.
I think
It's like a history roll.
But we're also creating a character, so it wouldn't be
yeah.
my character knowing that. It would be me as Eric.
That's fair. That's fair. Yes, the Unala do have music, and of course the cultural exchange, like everything becomes circulated through everyone, right? So
Mhm.
anybody is capable of any kind of music. But
Fair.
the Unala, especially the Ah Unala, they have exceptionally thick vocal cords. It is
Mhm.
left over from like evolution. And initially it was for a mighty roar, but it's a very symbolic thing for them. Music and poetry, anything that utilizes that voice, to them it is part of their philosophy. It's very spiritual. So the idea that something that was once used to create fear and a cycle of predation, now used to create art and emotion, singing, like throat singing, that's what they do. They utilize their extra thick vocal cords and they do this deep, like guttural, beautiful, drawn out, vibrating baritone songs.
Ooh.
What if they were
Space
also a
opera.
DJ? I'm kidding. Partially.
Thinking of that video of the guy who did like a techno Mongolian throat singing.
Mm.
That's sick.
That was really
I
cool.
think okay, I got it.
Mhm.
I believe one notable musician that was brought on for this mission to boost morale and provide entertainment was one Unala named Lady Imari. I believe that Lieutenant Commander Aro and her could potentially work together and illuminate, I should say, more context that we can then use to crack this code, if you will.
Solid. So can you give me some spellings? So you want a mathematician and a musician.
Mhm.
The musician is an Unala named what's the name you said?
Lady Imari. I think she's very like dramatic, like opera-esque. Like I'm thinking Fifth Element, like
Go off, Queen.
just like really
Just serving.
using her like innate biological talent to its fullest,
Mhm.
and I think
Mhm,
she's greatly respected for that, because you would think it's the future, you're gonna go in a fun techno version, but she's like very traditionalist, like my sole skill and instrument is my voice kind of person.
Oh, hell yeah.
And she's very respected for that.
I would say that most likely would be an Unala then, because the voice thing is
Yeah.
them. Yeah. I was going to ask if you had a preference for Unala subspecies, but I think all makes sense. Okay, and then a separate mathematician. You said Aro.
Yes, Lieutenant Commander Aro. I think it's spelt like arrow, but you say it like Aro.
What people?
Um.
Because if you're saying Aro, but it doesn't sound like that's what you're saying.
I don't know. We could do transcended human.
Okay.
Like that's their last name, Aro. But it's spelled arrow.
Like literally the word arrow.
Mm-hmm.
A row your boat.
Okay. So somebody who works in the science department on the mathematical side. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you get these two people together.
Hey friends.
Which takes you a minute, but
Hey,
you get on the comms and you command these people. So you are giving them a because they're working together, the DC is lowered because they are both working together. So one person will make a roll with a lower DC. You are giving them advantage because you've given them a direct command. So I will roll to see how well they do.
Am I still like there? Can I like hang out in the arboretum or like be like around?
Oh, they're not doing it in the arboretum, but
no, I'm saying like we bring Lady Imari to the science department.
Yeah.
And then I give everything I just discovered in the last hour, and then I dip out and hang out in the arboretum while they like work on stuff.
Okay. This is the first that we're seeing of the arboretum, so I feel like I have to describe it, because the arboretum is kind of equivalent to Triskaideka in scale, but in a different way. Because the arboretum, when you step out into it, there is an immediate breath of crisp oxygen. It is the beating heart of the ship. there are 18 decks on this ship, and it is deck 9 for a reason. It is a natural haven. There are growing botanical gardens here with like real live crops that are growing at an accelerated rate without any sort of hormones. It is just how it do. You would know, I think, specifically too, it's a Verdunala technology where they use nanotechnology to accelerate crop growth. So it does it naturally somehow that doesn't involve chemicals. So you get clean food at an expedited rate. And they can also, that's a Verdunala thing that they have pioneered, forcing crop growth in environments that would not serve it. So the moon of Verd is a tundra, a frozen tundra, and if anyone has been there, it's just ice caves with crops growing straight out of the ice. So a giant botanical garden in the middle of a spaceship is small potatoes for Verdunala technology that has crept through. This is what agriculture looks like in this future. And the skybox here is this perpetual beautiful daylight, and there's wildlife here. There are hummingbirds and creatures native to Unal as well. There are butterflies, like actual living butterflies, and bees that pollinate the flowers. It is a created natural environment in the middle of this place. And there are some structures, maybe little greenhouses or like, little like command areas where you can still do science stuff in here.
But the focus of that science is definitely like biological.
Yes,
For sure.
100%. But this is how the Mariposa never runs out of food. Or oxygen, for that matter. It's a reserve supply of oxygen for the ship as well. This is like the first place when oxygen starts running out, people get sent here.
I think like I walk in as like it's like my break now. Like I've sent them off to like use their brains to figure it out if they can. And I walk into the arboretum and I let out just like a little sigh as I look at all of the green. And I go, chlorophyll will never not be inspiring.
Incredible.
So you are giving advantage. It is going to be a DC 12 over the next hour. Well, we'll see how good I roll. Depending on how good I roll, it might happen faster. We're going to have Lieutenant Commander Aro do the roll as a mathematics roll. DC having been lowered because of Imari. D6 for mathematics being applied.
Crit, explode.
And then I'm going to roll both of them at advantage.
Explode!
Explode, damn you!
Wow, that's wild. So I got a 14 and a 2, and then on the other one, a 14 and a 1. So
Whoa.
14 and 2 it is.
16.
So 16 at a, I said the DC was 12, right? So 13, 14, 15, 16. They are 1 away.
Spending my 1 adversity point.
On an NPC, you can do that.
Yeah.
Is it your last one for now?
Yeah, it was my only one.
So you get them 1 level above. You stick around. You feed them the information you already have using your xenolinguistics to help these 2 people on. And honestly, too, I think your biggest help is these are 2 people who don't always work together. You plucked a musician out of Triskaideka, someone who is not a cosmic trust officer, someone who doesn't know the command pipeline, not a scientist, just trying to explain musical theory like a musician in a bar that you ask, hey, can you tell me how you do that? Can you explain music theory to me? Right? So you, with your commanding abilities, you get them communicating in an efficient way. It expedites the entire process. And you get them that extra point, so they get 5 levels above. So they can actually finish this within like half an hour of when you're supposed to take off instead of taking the full hour. They finish it beforehand. So with that extra level of success, you get the next layer up of information, essentially.
Teamwork. What's gonna work?
Teamwork.
Hell yeah.
So what you get working all together is that the actual different like elements of the harmony, they are perfect octaves.
Okay.
Every time one of the quote unquote voices blinks out and another one comes to life, it is always a perfect octave above every single time.
Okay.
And it is on cue in a practically inhuman way. I mean, you can detect imperfection even in the best sounding orchestra. If you had an orchestra whose job was that one person stops playing and the exact millisecond that that person stops playing, the next person picks up that octave, you would hear the imperfection. You would hear them, or even if you don't hear it, you could see it mathematically. That's not here. Voices can't do it to this perfect a degree as far as you know, which makes you think that it's not actually biological voices doing this. And you realize as well, you don't know what's generating it, but knowing that it's not voices, you get the feeling that it almost sounds like a resonance frequency. The closest thing that you can imagine is some kind of crystal vibrating, like when you've been in Verdunala ice caves, or maybe you haven't been in them, but you've seen like footage of them where somebody will ting a tuning fork in a crystal cave and you'll hear the frequency resonating off of the crystals. This sounds like that.
Cool. Is there any indication one way or the other of Rudy's theory of this is potentially similar to an old Earth 64-bit system, or anything like that? Anything that I could bring to Rudy to say, like, you know?
I don't know about a 64-bit system, but I think on that level of success, the connection between 64 and 8, which is a perfect octave, is an obvious link there. There are 64 people on this crew, and they operate in intervals of 8 in perfect octaves. There's something there. Technically, with a level above, you should probably get like an extra layer.
Yeah, they should. I said, yeah, they should.
Yeah.
New research squad activated.
Because you mentioned Ableton, and that got me thinking about waveforms.
I'm speaking in a language he can understand.
The final, because you got that extra success, it occurs to all three of you to feed it through the computer and actually look at the waveforms, which you would have had to do to realize that it's too perfect for an actual voice to have done anyway. But in looking at it, when you layer the waveforms of all of the octaves together in the order that the song plays, there's something strangely medical about it. They play out and they dip in and out, they blink off and on in a way that, as a Pondu, resonates with you because it looks almost like brainwaves. And you have like it's weird because you have a math brain and a art brain, both in your ear, figuratively speaking.
Yeah.
And the art side of things is saying music carries an emotion. Even when you make it down to its raw mathematics, music is meant to elicit an emotion, and you can clock emotions. You can hook somebody up and look at their brainwaves when they're feeling things and see what a feeling looks like, and this has waveforms. To you start thinking, between the three of you, if this is some sort of replication of a brain pattern, or if it's meant to elicit mathematically a specific emotion, we need to start trying to figure out what that emotion could be. What does this waveform actually represent? And that's the next stage. That's the next thing you would need to figure out.
Okay.
That's as far as you get, and you're
Within
getting
the
right
2
up to that
hours.
last like half hour before, and you figuring that part out, that's going to take longer, and you won't be
Yeah.
able to do that before
Today.
you take off. Well, you could do
No.
it today, but not before
Oh.
not in the next half hour.
Yeah. And I'll know where I have to go for that.
That was a good call, bringing in a musician.
Math is music and music is math. I will thank both of them.
Mhm.
I will ask either of them if they want anything, need anything before we take off. But otherwise, I don't know if is there supposed to be like a place where I guess I'm supposed to be on the bridge.
Generally, unless you're off, you're not like on a shift.
I guess I'll go to the bridge. I guess all of us will just be in our respective departments when we take off. I guess.
Yeah, generally that like there is a duty roster,
Yeah.
right? And you're kind of in charge of that. That's your role on the ship. You determine what the shifts are, and generally they're regular. But sometimes somebody can't show up and you have to replace, and
in that
the
case,
pipeline is usually you are figuring out the who is working and when. You give that to Humbly, and Humbly goes around the ship and actually gives people the missions that you have assigned.
I think in that case, I use my last half hour to go to the bridge and reconfigure everything, because this pushed up timeline has thrown everything off. Like people who are working now and would have been on break probably have to be on now, and I have to configure the whole schedule for the next week at least. So I think that's what I do for the last half hour of my time is I go to the bridge and I take my seat, but I'm like working like on a tablet or something and just doing that.
Yeah, and too, you were supposed to go to let me go back in my notes here.
Like pretty much all of the senior officers were supposed to be working now, as this is like the final like call for the final like amount of crew coming to the ship. And then like tonight they were periodically supposed to like have rest and not be on duty, but now because we're leaving in 2 hours, all of the senior crew are going to be essentially working a double. So like I have to like figure that out.
Cool. So that the Mariposa was meant to like its maiden voyage was to head roughly in the direction that you're about to be going anyway. But instead of going to Cloud Spotter, you were supposed to go to Outpost 8,
right?
Which is the farthest out Cosmic Trust outpost to like the border of known space, beyond which is the Unveiled Galaxy. And that you're supposed to pick up about exactly six more crew members. And the thing is, looking at the duty shifts, there's no essential positions missing right now. The ship works perfectly fine without those 6 people. You're at 2011 out of 2017. So nothing is thrown off by that. But it does kind of make you wonder.
Like, are we going to pick them up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot going on. I think actually I don't go to the bridge. I go to the Captain Okita's ready room, essentially. Like I just commandeer his ready room. So I can be close to the bridge. And I start talking to Zila about, can we afford to pick those 6 people up? Like I start working on the schedule. I'm talking to Humbly. All of this is happening somewhat simultaneously because I do have a more intimate access with the ship computer. So I'm like trying to like do multiple things. I'm trying to multitask. Yeah.
The ready room is generally referred to as the captain's office.
Captain's office.
Yeah.
Where he gets ready in a room. Captain's office. Okay. But I think that's what I do. And that's it for me.
Cool. I think he would be in there around the time too, unless you. Yeah. So we might circle back around to that because he might want to have a conversation once you take off. Who would like to go next? winding back in time to when you
2
first
hours
like
ago.
broke. Yeah.
Well, Ben, would you be down to cut to me just because Asteria is hitting up Zila? Or Concept Thoughtful Actions is hitting up Zila, and so we can kind of just pan over. Or do you want to go? If you want to go, you're down. You're good to go.
Oh, okay. Then I'll go then.
Hit it, King. Go off.
Rudy will head to engineering to pick up a sled because he's going to be digging through the bowels of the ship. So he's got to zoom, and everybody has a comm badge, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then he'll bing on the comm badge and say, Chief, could you assign me an ensign to help guide me through the bowels of the ship? I haven't had the time to memorize the design layout, and I'll probably get lost without him.
10-4. And he assigns you this fresh-faced young ensign. Probably a transcended human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they have a name, or do you want me to make one up?
Make
Up to you.
one up. Make one
If you don't
up.
make one up, I will.
This is your new best friend.
And they don't have to be a transcendent human either. I mean, if you want to fully just make up a character off the top of your head.
I was already going to say transcended humans because we just are here with each other. Let's go with Ensign Veal.
Veal. Lamb to the slaughter. Let's go.
Ensign like spelled like Veal.
Yeah.
I think what we're learning is that human names in the future are just like nouns. They're just other objects.
True.
Yo, what if that's the difference between transcended human names and organic human names?
Whoa.
Well, the tradition,
Whoa.
I mean, the tradition
I
of
mean-
being named kind of goes out the window with the various generations of the types of transcended human that you can be. That is the processes that your creation comes about. The idea of like you choose your body, bodily autonomy and personal autonomy are now irrevocably tied together now for humans. A lot of the time, when a transcended human is made in like a second or third generation way, like their mind is sort of created in an AI nursery before being given a body. They choose the features of their body. They choose gender. They choose physical appearance, and they choose name. All of those things in a transcended world is like up to each individual person.
And the pattern still holds because Sally Park, while Park is a Korean name, a park is a place, which is a noun.
Bow, bow, bow,
Bow, bow, bow,
bow.
bow, bow, bow.
Then for Ensign Veal, I'd like for her to like have freckles, like dark skin, but freckles that are like white spots and stuff, and then little deer ears.
Cute.
Oh.
So cute.
Ears. I have a section in my notes where I'm writing the characters we make up. So
Serving a furry fantasy.
Shut up.
Okay.
It's not furry.
So Ensign Veal shows up, and you said she?
Yeah.
She goes, "Reporting, sir. What can I do for you?"
All right. I need to head to the other side of the windscreen of the command bridge. I'm going to need you to get me there. You can track me by my comm bridge. If I get lost, I'm blaming you. I'm just messing with you. You're going to do great. And then he'll grab one of the sleds and like open an access panel to like go through the ship. And before he does it, he'll turn back to Commander Callie and he'll say, "Oh, and Commander, I realized that instead of just making something new, we could just take like one of the comm systems out of a shuttle and just use that instead of having to build it from scratch for our closed circuit."
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to replace it in the shuttle, but for expedition's sake, I'm on board.
All right. Glad to hear it. See you on the flip side, and he'll disappear.
Okay. And you head into the area of the ship known as the mag tunnels, which are essentially they are tunnels that wind through every level of this ship. And they do have ladders that you can use. They are designed as a failsafe if all of the electrical systems cut out and you can't take the elevator and you have to manually go to a ship. But as per your idea that you pitched me, which I love and we're running with, is the idea that they have these maglev sleds that don't require electricity that you can use to rocket through the mag tunnels to get to different areas of the ship. So you're going where exactly?
I'm going on like the other side of where we saw ourselves and where Ladi the electricity into himself.
So are you trying to exit the ship?
Is on the outside of the ship?
Well, that was the main view screen. So yeah, I mean that's a windshield in the like dead center of the ship in the front. So if you want to go to the other side of it, you would be like outside the ship. So you can grab some like mag gloves and just or like a ladder or something, and you can just hang out or get a little like platform crane construction words.
A genie.
Yeah, where you can like have one brought out by the workers who are still out there in the hangar, and you can go stand out there and like work on the outside of the windshield. Because genuinely, the other side of the windshield is the outside of the ship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. The ship is it's not like how I am imagining it right now. The ship is different ship shape. Then he'll go like underneath where it was and then just like he'll just start a scan because he brought some tools from engineering, and start a scan of just like, and then like just pick a wire and start following it as long as it goes, just to see where the electricity goes and see if there's anything odd in there.
Okay. So you are engaging with this physically. I mean, you are going through literally the bowels of the ship. So I will let you use your engineering reroll on this. I'm going to have you go ahead and make a brains roll. Do you have any skills to apply?
Mechanics investigation, since I'm following wires.
100%. That is what this is. This is the definition of that skill.
Hondo P.
So you are looking for what die are you rolling?
D20 and then a D6 for the investigation.
Okay, so D20. So I'm going to give you the same option that I gave Asteria. This is going to be a DC 10. You can take half and get the basic level of analysis to meet your goal of finding out sort of where the electricity traveled through and just genuinely if there's any other anomalies going on in any other systems. But if you don't take half and you roll successes above, then you have the chance of penetrating deeper into this mystery.
I'm going to roll because that's more interesting, more fun.
Get nasty, get wild.
Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up.
Fuck it up.
And
Fuck
I
it
have
up.
advantage, you said?
Yes, you do. You have advantage in that. You roll all die with advantage when you have it. So
That was a 6, and a 4 on the first one. Ooh, 2 and a 4. Okay, the 10.
okay, so you ended up just hitting the DC exactly anyway. So hitting that DC, you realize that there are no further strange anomalies in the entire ship. And in the time that you have, I think average success, once again, this is going to take you about an hour out of the 2 hours that you have here before takeoff. And you realize that the anomalies as present were the electricity siphoning out of Ladi and then being absorbed into thin air. That didn't go anywhere else on the ship. That was the last weird anomaly that you've seen. Going back, you can start looking at, you realize that you now have access to every individual light that was going out. And that was your first individual, like, weird thing. That was genuinely the first anomaly of its kind. So you're tracking the whole timeline. You're looking at the logs of the ship and you're doing it through the actual, like, hardware. That was genuinely the first anomaly of this kind. Ladi was the last. If you want to spend more time trying to look at, like, exactly which lights went out and look for a pattern, that could be the next step, but you haven't gotten that far on this roll. Yeah, if the explicit goal is looking for any other weird ones at any point in time, then you've met that goal. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. If there was another explicit goal that you would have met by that,
No, that sounds about right.
that was it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, he was. I guess in that case, he's either gonna. Okay, yeah, that's what he'll do with this one. He's gonna hit up Ensign Veal again and say, Ensign, what lights were going out unexplainably?
We could run we could head back into the diagnostic and check on the results of that if you'd like.
Yeah, I just need to know which specific lights were going out, like where they were.
Sure, yeah, I'll look into that. Okay. So your next action then is you've given a command to Ensign Veal. You don't have the rank of commander, so you can't give a reroll.
I am a lieutenant, and she is an ensign, though.
You are a lieutenant and an ensign, but you have to have the word commander in your rank to unlock that ability.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah. You can give commands to people, so you can make her do something, but you can't give her a reroll. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You could lower the DC if you were actively helping her.
I think he's busy.
Yeah.
In the guts of the ship.
Okay. Well, all she has to do is go into the diagnostic. So it's pretty average in terms of difficulty. I think for her, this is only going to be a difficulty of 8. This is a brains roll, which as an engineering person, that is her highest stat. So she's rolling a d20 with, does she have any skills for this? She's an engineer, so checking out lights. I'm going to say she's rolling a straight d20 and she's got to get an 8 or higher to find a pattern in this. That's a 19.
What?
Ensign Veal is awesome.
Go off.
New best friend.
That's 13, 14, 17, 18. So she gets 2 levels above. So that took you an hour. Within a half an hour, you expect an answer sooner. And that kind of gives you pause because all she had to do was look into you just told her, hey, go into the diagnostic and tell me what lights went out. She should have had an answer for you in a minute or 2. And 30 minutes goes by.
Veal, did my communicator die? Did the whole ship turn off and turn back on, or?
No, sir. Sorry, sir. There's a strange sort of pattern here. I can explain it to you. I noticed it and I had to act on it quickly, especially since I got word of what the first officer is doing up in the Arboretum with the science team. I had a bit of a revelation. I'm not sure if it's anything, but perhaps you should come see.
I'm on my way, and he'll rocket his way back to engineering.
Mm-hmm. You head back to engineering, and you see that she's roped Callie in as well. And Callie is with his arms crossed I'll be damned. And you see that she's pulled up a diagram of the ship. But you see that she has selectively X'd out everything not relevant. So it is just a 3D model of the ship that she has pulled actually out from the screen so that you have a 3-dimensional holographic model of it. And all that it is the basic shape and then the lights. And she starts showing you, she goes, okay, look at the sequence. And she types in a series of commands, or actually she just types in an engage button. She just hits enter. And you see the series of lights, and she says, I've expedited the time frame so you can see exactly when these things happened. And you're looking, and you can see that she has also added lines to denote the 18 decks of the ship. What you notice is the first light that came up, it blinked, it blinked off because the lights were all off when this started. A light blinked on and then blinked off. The same light exactly 8 decks above blinked on at the exact moment that it blinks off. Every light that does it consecutively from that point, it's not in perfect octaves. It's still within increments of 2 and 4, but it's seemingly random. The sequence goes on for quite a few seconds. Like maybe 45 seconds or so. And at first, the light comes on, the octave one comes on, then it goes 2 down, 4 down, 6 down. It even starts breaking the sequence. And then after about 20 seconds, more lights come on in that perfect 8 sequence. And from that point on, the rest of the sequence is completely predictable, perfect 8th symmetry. And then they stop happening. Around the time frame, and she shows you the time code where Callie got the problem under control.
And there's nothing like, it's just like that same heartbeat thing. There's no like Morse code attached to it or anything.
Not that we could see. I mean, the sequence, I had a hunch based on what I was hearing. So I've been in communication with the science team, and it seems to be the same pattern, that same octave pattern. I mean, it's identical to the song that, well, I mean, we're calling it a song. I don't know if it's a song. Sorry, I'm rambling. And Callie goes, "No, man, you're saying all the right things. Keep going." And she goes, I don't know what this means, but it's the same, right? And we still don't have any trace of where these came from. The computer got the commands to do this, and there's no trace of what gave the commands. It was just the electricity was suddenly there, out of thin air, to make this happen.
Ensign Veal, I have a feeling that you are going to progress very quickly in rank.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll certainly do my best.
Well, Commander, do you have anything else for me? Or I believe that Ladi wanted to connect with me to work on some stuff.
We're coming up on a brief command meeting. Coming up on the few minutes here. I was going to say if we had any extra time, we should get working on a few modifications I've made. Little engineering twist on some of our weapon systems, given the electrical nature of some of the problems we're looking at. But that's a problem for when we take off. We got 6 days to worry about that. I think this is a little more important. So for the time being, let's you and I head up to conference room 1. Yeah?
Aye, sir.
Nice work, Ensign. I'll make sure the captain knows where this information came from. She goes, "Thank you, sir." And she heads back to her own terminal, having done a very good job.
She's so cute.
Love her.
Her first
Legendary.
day. Ship hasn't even taken off yet.
And she crushes. She destroys.
Mhm.
Wow.
So that takes us to an equivalent time frame to what we got with Constant Thoughtful Actions. So once again, we wind the clocks back. We pan across the ship, and our vision, our POV, you see the ship like time lapse backwards from our perspective. And we go back to Ladi first stepping out of that meeting.
All right, Commander Zila, I am on my way to you. I don't know you really, and you don't know me, but we're gonna make some space magic happen right now.
Yeah, I certainly hope so.
Um,
This is a hell of a thing going on here.
Yeah, you read my mind, and took the words out of my mouth. At the same time. All right, I'm hopping on one of those sled things, and I'll be there in like 10 seconds.
You would take the elevator.
Fucking
Amazing.
elevator.
You go into the fucking emergency engineering tubes to go to the... I love
I'm
it.
sorry, it's more fun.
Oh, it's awesome. It is, that's I just think that's such a fun character trait. I mean, it's weird and amazing. So you head up to navigation.
God, I'm in a tube
Navigation.
that's going upwards.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So, yeah, and when I say up, I mean down, because
Okay, fair.
the conference rooms are above. So
Either way,
you go down to 7.
He's full penguin sliding on his stomach with his arms behind him.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Very fast, not very dangerous.
Nice.
And you head over, and as you crawl out of the hatchway built into the wall, you step out and you see Zila, like her chair swivels and she looks at you crawling out. She goes, "Having fun there, Lieutenant Commander?"
Well, why stand still in a box that's going up and down when you could slide down a tube that goes every which way, you know?
No, I mean, I guess that's a valid point. We love ingenuity on this floor, don't we, guys? And the rest of the navigation team is like, yes, ma'am.
Haha.
Yes, ma'am.
And you see that there is a course plotted, or at least there is a 3-dimensional map that she has currently expanded into that entire central circular chamber. So you're standing in the middle of space, and you see, I think you recognize very quickly where you currently are. You see Vertex, and you can trace all the way to the Unveiled Galaxy, where it's represented by these vague sort of blurry points of light that represent roughly what we have gotten scan-wise. And you also see a blip, and she tells you, that little beep boop right there, yeah, that represents the unknown ship. We still don't have visual range yet, so I don't have a better shape for it right now. It's just a little wee-woo, and it's making its way here. I have it traveling at the appropriate speed. So the idea is see the most, shall we say, black vein efficient, fastest route that we can find. So, I'm working off the route I was already planning to use, but we do have to adjust somewhat.
Yeah. Ladi is like kind of strafing around the visual display and is looking at the little ship that represents the bogey that we're going to come in contact with. I have a tracking skill. Is there anything that I could throw down on this to try to get more information on that ship as we're moving? I know that it's kind of a weird thing where we narratively literally don't know anything about it, but is there anything I could do in this moment?
That is very interesting. I would say yes. And because of how little information that we have, that is a hard roll, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it's possible. What die are you rolling for brains in this?
D10, and tracking's only a D4.
D10 and a D4. Okay, so I want it to be possible, but rough. So
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a 10.
For sure. I get that. All right.
Explode.
Let's
Explode.
go.
Explode.
Ah! It's a 7! No! And I only have one
Adversity point,
adversity
though.
point. I only have one adversity point though, so I can't bring it up. But it was worth a shot.
It was worth a shot.
I wanted to see if I could kind of figure anything else about this ship, but I can't. So, Commander Zila, how about we move on to letting me help you with the cartography a little bit, which is another skill I have. I think I remember. Hold on, just a second. First Officer, Constant Thoughtful Actions. Checking in with you really quick. I believe I heard either mentioned from you or I saw on a ship log that we're supposed to pick up 6 more people. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. I will be working on scheduling the shifts, duties, um, um, and I did notice that we are missing 6 crew members. If there would be a way to, within the current time frame that we have set for ourselves, would be able to pick those 6 crew members up with a minimal loss of fuel and time, that would be most excellent.
Yeah, check. I will try my best along with Commander Zila to make that happen for us. Over and out. And then I relay that to Zila. So, Commander Zila, if possible, there are 6 crew members that we have yet to pick up that ideally we could get. I believe they're about there, and hopefully I have the coordinates and just kind of ping where they are. But to my knowledge, they're not a necessity for us to acquire. So if it seems like a hard no, I would check in with the first officer again, but I believe that may also be on the table if necessary.
Well, the captain said that rescheduling would be no big thing. It would be perfectly fine for us to just operate under the assumption that we are skipping that, picking them up later. As you said, they are in the immediate non-essential, though the specific personnel that we will be acquiring, depending on how things go, could be helpful. But I think it's at our discretion. Now, if we can find a clean route that makes sense, that keeps us on schedule, we can make it work. I think it's just going to depend on our ability to do our jobs. But we have to make a decision in the next 2 hours, so let's hit it. Let's see what we can't do. Otherwise, we'll get them later.
Yeah. Okay, understood. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna throw some shenanigans at you just to see if I can use it. I have the cartography skill. Is there any way I can use the piloting skill with my knowledge of piloting to effectively route the fastest route, or knowledge of use of black vein as fuel?
Utilizing a piloting skill specifically, because skills are specific, that is for when you are piloting. It's not really knowledge of piloting. This is a navigation role, so you automatically have advantage.
Oh, okay.
Already.
I forgot about that.
And that is the advantage mechanic in this game. There isn't really any other way to get advantage. Mm-hmm. When you're getting a help action, if it's from a commander, that can give you advantage. But otherwise, a help action just lowers the DC based on sometimes a dice roll, sometimes level of help.
For sure. I figured it was shenanigans because I also assumed that piloting meant literally piloting. I forgot about the fact that I have advantage on navigation rolls. Can I do the advantage for the tracking? Can I try a second roll on that?
Yeah, you should have been able to do that with advantage because
I'm sorry, I totally forgot that.
No, it's fine. And roll both die if you roll the second die. Yeah.
No. That's a hard no. Totally. But okay, so I assume I'll be rolling d10s again for brains, for cartography, correct?
Yeah, so brains and cartography both at advantage.
And I also have a d4 in that skill, so we're gonna roll once.
Quick, if you wanted.
I didn't tell you what you're looking for though, too.
Wait,
don't tell me until I give you, because I don't want it to seem like it was influenced. No, I know, but just don't tell me the number until I give you the DC. Because I don't want anyone to think that like I adjusted it, but you know what I mean?
Sure, sorry, my bad.
So, you are looking for a route that allows you to do this. You have advantage here, and because the commander is here, she would give you advantage too, but you don't get double advantage, so it just lowers the DC a little bit. So this is going to be the same situation as before, where you are given a DC that is half. On an average success, you can make a route that hits the goal above that success. So you could take half and just get it, but you did roll. So you were looking for a 5 because you rolled a d10, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you explode.
Yeah. My brain fully shuts down when I explode now. Can I roll the advantage on the D4 again? The D4 is the skill. I only rolled
yeah,
the
you
D4
roll
once.
it. You roll advantage on all die that you roll.
Yeah. Just because I exploded on the other one, I assumed I wouldn't necessarily need to roll again because I can't do better than that. Got a 4 on that second D4 roll, though, so we're looking at a 14 right now. With the reroll on the explosion, that's 20, baby.
God, your rolls are good.
Wait.
Uh-huh.
You exploded on the D10.
Yes.
With the advantage, you exploded on the D4 because you got a 4.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit!
So it's 20
Everything
plus
explodes.
another D4.
Yeah. How do you keep doing this?
I don't know.
The
I
luck
don't
is so good.
know. 21.
Cool.
Wait, Ben, you're gonna say something too, though.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
I was gonna say some bullshit that no longer matters because you exploded so much.
Okay. Woof. All right.
21 when what you needed was a 5.
We get there so
10,
fast.
15, 20.
So far, so fast. So
3
well.
levels above, you are absolutely going to find a route that not only allows you to get you can actually go and pick up the final crew
homies.
members.
Yeah.
I think what you do is you figure out that okay, here's what we're gonna do. Outpost 8 orbits around an existing let's say an existing moon over a planet that's not habitable. So it orbits around that moon. What you realize is you can plan a specific route so that when Outpost 8 orbits on its farthest rotation closest to where you are, if you get there at that exact point, it doesn't lose you any time. It actually benefits you. So you can get there here and then still be on the correct course. And I'd like to pause it because it's 3 fucking levels of success above what you needed. That you can, between the two of you, you figure out a way to get to Cloud Spotter in 5 days instead of 6.
Whoa.
So you can get there 2 days early and have an extra day of prep.
Can I posit that when we pick up, we're just gonna beam them on the ship. So
No,
no,
we don't. There's no beams.
there's no beams.
Nope.
There's no beams.
No teleportation, transportation. That
Never
doesn't exist
mind.
here.
I was gonna say that we could gravitational sling, and that's what gives us the extra speed.
I was thinking we were gonna do gravitational sling too.
You can. Here's the thing: when you roll that level of success, the idea is that you control the narrative, right?
Mhm.
These are just the obvious elements of like meeting the goals. But beyond that, if you want to add some more flavor to that, you control the narrative of that. So yeah, is that something you want to add?
Yeah, I think maybe it's like we enter at, if it's a clock, we enter at 6 o'clock. We pick people up at like 5, 4, 3 o'clock, and then slingshot around at 1 and head off into space.
That's incredible and cool.
I don't actually know if that's how gravity works, but listen, we're gonna go with it.
It's sci-fi. The rules work how we make them work.
Yes.
True.
So that is incredible. So you guys figure that out. That's an incredible level of success. If you want that to happen even like before the first hour,
Yeah.
you guys are in such a beautiful synchronicity at this moment that the rest of the navigation team is like, some of them actually stop and are like, teacher has new favorite. There's this moment and you get this sense. You seem to me a character who gets momentum the more people give him validation.
Yes. It's if Zila is also someone who's just like, yeah. We just keep like, building on each other's energy until we're like screaming at one another as we're
You
going
had this
shit.
incredible moment where you impressed Admiral Yularu. You gave even more credibility and trust to your whole team. So you're glowing already. So you came in hot with that energy. That one failure didn't slow you down. You are buzzing, and the two of you are matching energy, bouncing off of each other. And the rest of the navigation team starts like, they shake themselves out of it and they pick it up and they start moving at that speed too. There's like some drinks brought in.
We're just vibing now. I'm
in the
hitting
fucking
babe.
space simulation, swirling around you. And you can get that done, under an hour if you want to. And then have the rest of the time before you have to go to that meeting.
I think we get in our cups a little bit just for a second so that time can catch up. But then
Yeah.
I hit up constant thoughtful actions. I'm like, hey, yeah, it's all good. We figured it out. Here's the trajectory of where we're gonna go. We're gonna do a kind of gravitational slingshot off of this planet, and then we can just have them pull up in like a shuttle or something and tractor beam them in as we are orbiting that planet / moon, whatever. So yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. If you need us to do anything, let us know. But I think we accomplished most of what we needed to do.
Excellent work, Lieutenant Commander. An impressive first day, I might say. I will send a communique off to Outpost 8 and have them ready with the exact time frames, coordinates, and tractor positions.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And yeah, we're down here if you need anything.
I send
now.
like a private like text
A
message.
DM?
Yeah, I send a DM to Commander Zila, and the subject line reads report on Lieutenant Commander Ladi's. I think it says Lieutenant Commander Law because that's like your legal
Yeah,
name.
absolutely.
Lieutenant Commander Law's performance. And like I think it's known between like all the command crew that like these will be sent to the captain. So it's like, you know, if someone's doing extremely well, like this is your chance to say that so the captain can know.
Yeah.
They just send that off to her really fast before they go back to like typing away furiously.
Solid. So then, unless there's even more extra time, I think that brings us to that final half hour when you all collectively report your findings, and the you guys, as well as the senior officers and the captain, reconvene in conference room 1. Mm-hmm. And every department, like clockwork, tells their plan, what they've figured out, what they've worked on, and the captain listens intently to everything, hardly ever speaking but to clarify certain points. And you see the synchronicity already. This has been, you're not on day 1, honestly. It gives this impression of confidence of like, damn, I was worried for a second that we're not going to have our like 3 days of just getting used to the ship, but this ship runs smooth already. And you can see the personalities at work. Even people who should be contrasting are bouncing off of each other. Maybe it's just the energy of the moment, the possibility of first contact, or maybe there is something right here with the chemistry of this thing. And the whole room has the energy of, we're still worried about what's going to happen here, but we can handle this. And the captain, like a circuit, takes that energy in and projects it back, inspiring confidence in the group with his presence, which is a mechanical benefit. Even though no one's making any rolls right now, that is something that has a mechanical benefit in the game, so you can feel it all the time. When he's around, you feel like you could do anything.
Hell yeah, Dad.
The report finishes up, he nods, and he leans back in his chair and he smiles, and he says, Commander, I believe we've chosen quite well. And a little bit of his, of like a hint of an accent on the R does slip out when he's like expressing this joy, because there's like a rumbling, deep vocal cord laugh that's coming up that he keeps just a little bit down. And he goes, don't you think?
I agree. I could not ask for a better field team myself, but clearly seen by the rest of navigation, sciences, Ensign Veal, I'm told. It seems we are in good hands.
Wait, are you addressing Ensign Veal?
No, like,
she's not here.
No, like saying like,
oh, okay.
Ensign Veal did a good job.
No,
because
I get
McAllister like pointed her out.
Now my brain short circuited. Yeah. I was like, she's not in this room. Yeah, I get you. And the captain does know.
She moved up the ranks real quick. He's suddenly a commander.
But he does make note of that, for sure. And McAllister does make good on his word too. Like he said straight up who is responsible for this. And like Rudy is of course in there too. Like you did the groundwork. So
I mean, Rudy totally backs up McAllister. like 100%.
So after all is said and done, he makes a couple of points that are important here to note, and he says, with our new route giving us the ability to pick up our final 6 crew members, this may have some benefit. Now, I don't want to think that we're entering into any kind of dangerous sort of combat scenario, but that is to say, there is a final reserve member of the field team, which you guys vaguely know about, and you definitely know about. He says, now, we're not in the habit of sending a dedicated security personnel on every field mission just in the eventuality, because that projects the wrong message. However, it is good to have a first line of defense beyond the security of the actual ship that can accompany you when danger is present. So we will be a little bit more prepared when Ensign Liam is brought on board. There's a little bit of a silence when he says that, I think. That really does happen. But he picks it up quickly. And he goes, another thing worth noting is that we have not... well, I almost said leaked. We haven't told the media yet that the Mariposa will be taking off early. We were holding off so that our crew could say any goodbyes now that they have a shorter time frame without being swamped by even more news personnel than they already would be. So we have a little extra leeway if you would like to take any time personally before we take off. Then we will reveal that we will be taking off and why. And that will be that. Yes?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, Captain.
This ship, this crew, we know why we're here, and we are prepared for it, for anything. Do not let the excitement of a first contact be lost on you. Dismissed.
Yeah. If he's indicating that we have like a personal moment, can I hit up my parents at some point? It
Sure.
doesn't have to be now.
Yeah. Is that a moment you want to role play?
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to find my dad's name really quick. My mom's name is Kadida. I definitely fucking Rati Ma, that's his name, is the dad. So yeah, Rati Ma is my dad, Kadida my mom, and they're probably, if they're anywhere, at my dad's shop on a moon of Unal.
Sure. Any preference on which moon? It doesn't super matter for right now, but
let me look the different Unala. It does kind of matter because he probably grew up on wherever that is.
Okay. You got tundra, you got mountains, you got grassy plains and savanna, and you have deep jungle.
I like the mountain vibe.
Okay. So that makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Shik Unala, they are, for lack of a better term, they're like the beating heart of the Unala economy.
Sick.
They're like mathematicians, business people. They understand money in a very different way. And while currency doesn't work in a way that we would traditionally think of it, there is still an economy, per se, with the Unala, and they are like the masters of trade. They understand the fundamentals of maintaining trade routes that work well. So running a business kind of makes sense that that's the moon that they would be on.
Yeah. So I just go back to my quarters at some point and hit them up.
Do you think they're the kind of parents who would like huddle together into the frame and like,
Oh
be
yeah,
like,
definitely.
hello, son? Kind of
I
a thing.
mean,
Hello, is this thing on?
Yeah,
absolutely. It's definitely like Ratima, the dad, is he's Ladida's the youngest of three. He's the third, so he's definitely the least favorite of his father, but the most favorite of his mother.
Oh my god, it's so
yeah.
fucked up.
I mean, her name is Kadida, and that's definitely like Ladida is a progression of her name into
Mhm.
his name.
If I lean this way, the ring light in my glasses actually makes Volkai eyes.
Oh, that's sick. Wait,
Wow.
let me see if I
Little
can do
ones,
that
but
too. But anyway, at some point, I go back to my crib, and no, I can't do that thing. I sit down at my work desk, or maybe I have the work desk in the background to be like a little piece of home. Pull up a view screen and hit him up.
and you do see your mother is doing that, and like you see like just her mouth. She's like, "Is it working? It's hello, son."
Hi, mother. How are you? How's the shop? How's dad and everyone?
Oh well, they're buzzing, waiting to hear news of. Are you speaking in like English right now, or do you think you'd be speaking Volkai?
Brokai, definitely.
Yeah. So she goes, the whole town is waiting to see. I mean, where there are parades here. It's all over the galaxy, and there's no exception here. You should see some of the toys. It's ridiculous.
That's wow. That's pretty cool. Is dad around?
And you see like you see this. Hello.
Hi, dad.
And then he comes all the way into frame.
I just wanted to let you both know that my first day has been a pretty big success. We actually, our timeline has been moved forward a bit, so we'll be leaving in a few hours. So this will be the last time that we get to talk, probably for a little bit, if communications get weird. But I think I've actually maybe impressed some of the counselors, as well as the leadership on the ship. Me and my commanding officer plotted a much quicker course to our current destination, that will save us time and fuel. So it's all going well.
That is wonderful and frightening to be leaving on an expedited time frame. And your dad goes, "Now, don't go asking. I see that look in your eyes. You know how these things work. No, if we are not meant to know why they're leaving now, then I trust our son not to tip their hand in a way that they're not supposed to over a possibly not secured channel."
I did sign a non-disclosure agreement. But yeah,
Good boy.
I can't say anything about what we're doing or where we're going, but it's all going well for me. And I just wanted to say goodbye kind of for now. And that I love you guys. And I also have love for Jadosu and De La So if they're around. But brothers don't say that.
Well, if you were leaving when we thought that we had a whole day party planned, but they're out working right now because they didn't know, but that's all right. But in the meantime, well, just be careful out there. It gets cold.
Yeah.
Space
Oh yeah.
and any new peoples that you might meet. If they're nice, you give them a hug, no matter how hairy they are.
Yeah. Words to live by. I just want to say that I want to make you proud, and that I'm pretty sure that pretty soon you're gonna start seeing action figures with me and my team on them. And you can collect them all.
Do you want to make a really sad dice roll for me right now?
Absolutely, please.
Do you want to make a charm roll to see if your dad believes you?
I only have a D6 in charm, and absolutely I do.
I'm gonna let you set the DC before you roll it, because you know better. How hard would it be to do this?
A 5. It's fuck it. It's a 6. His dad. I mean, they have a history. Ladi has not always been the best son. So let's see what happens. I got a 1.
Oh
no.
When you talk about action figures, whatever interest and like he was sort of scanning, like, you know, that look that he has when he's sort of lingering behind your mother's enthusiasm and just sort of waiting for you to mess up. The moment does come, and he rolls his eyes and does not make any attempt to hide the fact that he still thinks it's childish that you're focused on the fame of it all. And he simply sighs and says, well, no matter what happens out there, everyone here and throughout our galaxies, we're counting on your team. So,
Well,
do your best.
I think the best pilot in the galaxy is probably going to be pretty good. So he doesn't say that with full confidence. It's definitely like he stutters in the way that I just stuttered. So I love you guys, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. And he shuts it down really quick.
We love you.
The second that you actually sever the connection, you get a boop boop, and it's it's my personal assessment of your first day, and it's nothing but good things to say.
He sits really quietly in his room, and there's no music or anything going. You can just hear the humming of the ship in the background, and he reads your assessment, and a smile slowly spreads across his face. Cut away.
Does anybody else have a little personal moment before the ship takes off, or not?
I do.
You do.
Right,
You both
do. You
do,
want to
okay.
go first?
Sure, if you want me to.
Yeah, go for it.
I will say that you also, Lieutenant Rodriguez, get a personal assessment, and it's mainly good, except for the one part where they're like, that part where you threw the explosive across the hall really stressed me out, so don't do that again. But otherwise, it's like also like flying colors. What makes more sense, for the captain to come to my quarters or for me to go there? To his. Or wherever he currently is.
If you're initiating the conversation, you would go to the captain's office, which is where he's waiting at the moment.
Yeah, I'll go there then.
Okay.
Is there currently a story already written? I'm assuming there is, but is there currently a story written up about my interview?
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
After that's a fast turnaround, but I think it did air pretty close to live. So there are some like reaction pieces that are like, does the CTF Mariposa crew support Crown for Representative ? It's not asserting that you did, but it's posing the question.
I think we see Captain Okita in his office working on stuff and things, and then the door to the office opens, and we see Constant Thoughtful Actions, but they're on a different body. This one is clothed, and we can look at like only the really exposed part of this body is the hands, where the sleeves end. They're wearing a standard Cosmic Trust uniform, and all we can see is the hands, and the hands are actually flesh like. And this body does have sex characteristics to it. It does have a boobs that we can clearly see that it has. And then, of course, their orb is just sit upon it. And they step in a couple, and they're holding like a little hologram, like newspaper, essentially, with all of this stuff on it. And the door closes, and they disconnect from that that body, and they like their little Pondu orb into his chest, and they just like they just have the robot body remotely walk up and place the little hollow newspaper on his desk, and we can see the inside of the water is incredibly turbulent, like roiling in on itself.
He looks at it, and you notice he was reading on his personal pad, and he has a round pair of golden reading glasses that he uses when he's reading something up close. And he takes them off and looks at this hologram of the news, and he goes, breaking news, I see. You know what I like to do with it? And he takes out this little pen that he clicks forward, and it produces a small blue glow of an electric like interference charge, and he pokes it directly into the center of the hologram, and it flickers out and dissipates with a static. He goes, break it.
That doesn't actually come out. That's how I feel. That's how
Same.
I feel.
I was like, ooh.
And they just stay there. Like, this is not the first time this has happened. They just like stay there, and they just go, I was not prepared. I thought I was saying good things, but then it went bad. And what if everyone thinks I am not prepared? And it just like keeps going.
Oh, there are many who would say that our public image is an important aspect of our job, and as a diplomat, I would agree to some degree, but we are the first of our kind, truly. And I mean that without pretension, hopefully. One thing that seems to unify all people is a thirst for ease of opinion. To see something that tells us what to think before we have to do the grueling work of thinking it ourselves. In the face of the ultimate unknown, well, all eyes are on us, and therefore all opinions are on us as well, and there is only so much we can truly be responsible for. Now, you know why I chose you. You know why Core is on my side here. Let's just say that Miss Dane didn't meet the requirements for Triskaideka. It may be too much to ask, but thoughtful. Please do not think on it. What we're about to do could unite everyone in a way that goes deeper than opinion. This is pure binding essence. This is being. That is the thing beneath all things. Okay?
They away from his chest, and they sit themselves on his desk. And the water starts to like go back to normal. Okay. Okay. You're right. Okay. And they just do that a little bit. And then once they've fully calmed down, the water is back to normal. They go and reconnect themselves to their secondary body. And they say, thank you, sir. There's no one else I would want to do this with.
Well,
Well, I should certainly say your team. An eclectic, eccentric sort of bunch. Just how I like it.
Yes,
They do their jobs well. Better even than expected.
I do believe that after this mission has concluded, if things keep going the way they've been going, we might see a few more commanders on the crew.
I have thought something similar. But that's enough career talk. He looks at the clock, which is like ticking down to the time of your launch. He says, yesterday, the media. Tomorrow, the stars. Yes?
Yes. And then they put their android hand on the panel to open the door, and they look back at them and at him, and they go, thank you, Kita. I won't let you down. And they leave.
You zoom out the door, and the camera pans past you and down through the ship to where, Ben?
I think Rudy, you first see him and he's sitting in his room behind his mechanic's workstation, and he's just looking over a document. And as the camera shifts over his shoulder, you see that he's reviewing his last will and testament.
whoa.
He's just making sure that everything is in order
Oh my
in
God.
case the worst happens. But then you see him go to a certain section, and that's like underneath like everything, like his goodbyes to his family, like who gets what and what have you. He has like a section that he just newly added for like recommendations for a field team. And at the top, the only other name on there is currently Ensign Veal. And he looks at it, and before like saving it or anything, he just closes it, and then he goes to Ensign Veal's quarters to see if she's there to have a discussion with her. Is she in her quarters?
Yeah. Yeah, let's say yes.
Then he'll ring the doorbell and be like, Ensign Veal, it's Lieutenant Rodriguez. Can I come in?
Sure. I mean, yes, sir, yes. One moment, please. And you hear a little bit of like shuffling and like kind of a tripping motion. You hear sounds of like dishware being put away, and then the door opens and she stands there. We're getting close to the time, so she is in her uniform, but she looks like she was just like sitting and eating something, which again, like many transcended still do have functioning like internal systems. So I think she's got like there's like a hint of chocolate milk at the corner of her mouth, and she just like wipes it away and goes, sorry, sir, you caught me on a what can I do for you?
I should be apologizing for you for interrupting your meal, but may I come in? I have something I want to talk to you about.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. And she shuts the door, and you step in, and you see a very lightly furnished room. It is painted a sort of lilac color, and there are paintings on the walls that look like sort of random wide multicolored brushstrokes haphazardly on a canvas, and most of them have some kind of paw print or nose print on them. It looks like she has paintings of just various like zoo animals, like I don't know a better word for that, but like elephant, like, you know, not just like dogs and cats and stuff. Paintings done by animals hung around, and that's like her primary decoration in here.
Ensign, why did you join the Cosmic Trust, and why did you accept to join this flagship?
Wow, big questions first. I'll get this right. Well, honestly, I just wanted it to be me. You know, somebody was going to be here. Anybody could. There are a bunch of people as qualified or more than me. You know, I'm not going to get bigger than my britches here, but you know, I thought if I don't jump on this, somebody else will. There are so many creatures, organisms of all kinds in our galaxy alone, on Earth alone. And frankly, an infinite amount of time, it's still not enough time to see them all. I don't know, maybe I have kind of an Unala instinct on this, but I want to see everything that I can for as long as I can.
You know, you remind me of myself. Bright young ensign, not really confident of themselves, yet infinitely more brilliant than they even realize. And I want you to know that I think that you may even threaten to make it to commander before I do if you continue at this pace.
Well, maybe if you're the one doing the promotions. I mean, I only did what I did because you laid the... No, I watched the video. Thank you for the compliment, sir.
I have a question for you.
Mhm.
Would you like to make it to commander?
Of course.
Then I have an offer for you. And at this whole time, he's been standing out looking like at like her paintings and stuff, but he'll turn and face her and he says, I think that just based on your intellect, you're worthy of being on the field team should anything happen to me. However, field team requires a certain amount of mental fortitude. If you'll allow me, I'd like to work with you to ensure that you have that. What do you say?
I say, yeah. And she shakes your hand and she says, I mean, you know, I'd have to submit the application to be on the reserve field team. And I considered it before, but it didn't seem, but things are progressing faster than I thought they would. So I should be open to, yeah, can't see everything unless you go outside the ship. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, don't thank me yet. You just agreed to let me to put you through hell. And at this point, he'll lift his hair and show more of the burn marks on his cheek and like how his right ear is curled and burned. And he'll take off his glove on his left hand and show that from his fingertips down past his wrist, like just really bad burns. And he'll say, I got on the field team because I was willing to put myself through this because that is the right thing to do. I believe that you also would do the same if you were in my position. But I only did that because adrenaline and my own foolishness. You're gonna get that drilled into you.
Yes, sir.
As you were, Ensign. I look forward to working with you. And he'll leave.
You hear her say, kind of under her breath, like, as I was. Well, and you hear her go to the fridge and pull out a jug of something.
Jug of chalky milk.
And
Incredible legend.
I don't know why I had to come up with personality traits in like 0.5 seconds for this scene, and I came up with animal paintings and chocolate milk.
I mean, that really paints a picture of what kind of person she is,
Mhm.
which is a legend.
I think then the three of you, each having your own moments, all of you converge in sort of a three-way split screen of you making your way through the hallways and converging at the door of the bridge. And the doors open and you step through, and the captain is standing there looking out the view screen with his hands clasped behind his back in his classic pose that you know so well. Humbly is at the console. Zila is at the helm at the moment because for the big moment, Zila is, Chief of Navigation is going to be the one to actually fly the ship out. But you guys don't need to be here on the bridge. You would normally be, well, you would be, but you guys normally would be, in your respective departments. However, you notice that everyone who is not essential to a takeoff procedure, who submitted a request to be here on the bridge when takeoff happens, there is enough of an observation area that a lot of the crew is just gathered here around, but giving enough space to the command crew. And you look out, just out of the view screen, you can only really see in front of you. And there's no one standing in the way there. But Humbly pulls up images, and there are cameras all around the surface of the ship that you can access. And he's showing that there are Cosmic Trust people. Not citizens, not the media, just the people who helped make this happen since you've been here, even. The people who built the ship are here watching, looking at their work, waving to the camera, feeling the waves of appreciation for what they did for this vessel that is about to cross the stars, do something immense and cosmic, and yet they built it with their hands, and they get to be here and watch it go. And the captain smiles to them, and you know that his voice is being projected outside as well. And he says, I don't need to tell anyone that this is a historic moment. Funny thing about history is it's just like time. The past becomes the present with every passing moment. And the future, it touches us like water. And he smiles. As we cross this vast sea before us to see what is beyond. Know that the hearts, minds, and hands that built this vessel are the same ones, descendants, kin, and selves, one and the same, with those who built this lasting peace. This peace that, if accepted, if asked for, we offer freely to others. From the very depths of who we are and what we aspire to be. Today, each other. Tomorrow, perhaps, infinitely more. Commander Zila. And he turns. Engage flight sequence. She says, yes, sir. And you feel the ship hum to life. And it sings a song of its own. It's not a rumble, but rather a kinetic energy, smooth and connective. The artificial gravity on the ship, it keeps things stable, so it's not a physical sensation of liftoff. It's more like that weird nebulous space between your stomach and your emotions, where you know that you're in the sky, whether you feel it or not, and it makes you feel something. And that feeling is just pure forward. As the bay doors open and stars blink all around you, static and glowing, you take off, straight out into it, at a slow speed at first. But as you hear the captain say, begin warp sequence, and you hear the applause coming through the speakers of the people outside, and it fades out as soon as you're out in space. And then all you hear is the bated breath, the applause stopping. And then suddenly the stars stretch into lines and you are off. The applause comes back. The captain bows deeply in the center of the room to everyone here. And then he turns and he smiles at his field team. And then he steps forward and he sits in his chair. He says, well, team, we've made good headway already. I'd like you to continue your work. Perhaps there are more answers to be found in the next 5 days. Hey, Mr. Ladi.
Aye, Captain.
Get to it. Dismissed. And everyone who has gathered here goes off, scrambles off to the far corners of the ship. The elevator fills up. There are some people who are like going to other elevators, because why would there just be one elevator? That's kind of weird. So everyone is just going to where they are, and the ship becomes immediately an organism, a living, breathing, beating heart with all of these different individual parts working together. So you guys now have free reign to kind of explain over the next 5 days how, or if and how, you continue to look into these mysteries you have begun to unravel. You guys know that in 3 days, the ship, the mysterious alien ship, will be in close enough range to the Cloud Spotter satellite that you will have a visual image and a better scan of their ship. Mm-hmm. So I think that's going to be a clear point of pause for narrative. Mm-hmm. So for the next 3 days, the first 3 days of travel through space, I'm going to go around and just see if you guys continue to investigate, to build on the things that you've already started figuring out. So would anybody like to go first?
I have 2 quick things I could blend into Ben as well.
Sure.
First off, I think I'm just gonna try to keep tracking the ship, because I don't really know what else Lad would be doing other than doing practice simulations in a simulator. So can I roll brains plus tracking?
Yes.
Okay.
So you ask Zila to kind of keep you abreast of the continuous feed that you're getting from Cloud Spotter satellite. The captain is keeping watch on that, and Zila, as the chief of navigation, has people watching that. So you can, for lack of anything else to do, right, you can be on that team between your duty shifts of taking the helm, which you do have to do sometimes.
Sick. Very cool. And I have advantage on this check, right?
Yeah, because it is a navigation thing, technically.
Sick.
There are some interesting things that can happen. If all you're trying to do is track the trajectory of the ship, that's a pretty easy thing to do. You said you're rolling a D10, right?
Yeah, with a D4 in tracking.
Okay, so this one is actually going to be a 6.
Okay.
This is difficulty 6, so you do have to roll. And even if you fail, you're still going to be able to just see what the satellite is feeding you. You can watch where it's going. But it's a low DC with a high chance of progressive levels of success, letting you do some different stuff.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, so that's a 1 and a 3, so not gonna cut the mustard. Let's see on the second roll. All right, that's a 13. Oh, I exploded on the D4. Yo,
I think you've
My
exploded every roll that you've made.
no, I failed the first tracking one, so I got an adversity point for that previously. I exploded again. Ah! What is happening? What is happening?
We're gonna
Okay,
make a
thank
montage
God.
of all the times that you explode.
I gotta go take a break real quick. So that was 2 4, so 8 plus 9 is 17 plus 3 is 20.
What?
11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 20. Okay, so it's 2 levels above.
Yeah, I'm crying.
Two levels above.
You learn everything. All the things.
Here's
it'd
the
be-
thing, right? Like I
Wait.
said,
I'm gonna burn an adversity point to get 3 levels above.
okay,
'Cause it's
I can't imagine a cooler thing than the thing I'm
Okay.
about to pitch to you,
okay, fuck yeah.
but you can add to this at your discretion, of course, because
For sure,
again, you
okay.
kind of control the narrative here outside of the obvious, right? So the thing is, like I said before, you can't not track where it's going. Like you would have to like spill something in your eyes and not be able to see in order to,
Ladi
not be able to just
would.
watch the screen. But on those progressive levels of success, something starts occurring to you. If the Cosmic Trust has remote access and can remotely control the Cloud Spotter satellite, why shouldn't you be able to do that? Why shouldn't you be able to remotely work on the software? And it's difficult, but that's a lot of successes. So you can get the navigation team working with the science team, and collectively you start figuring out that with that, also that leeway from earlier with Yularu, you guys, I think, take a day and you contact Core, particularly Yularu, and get permission and operating codes to mess with and try to improve the accuracy of the Cloud Spotter satellite remotely from the Mariposa. And you are able to get better scans of the ship now.
Oh
yeah.
my God.
If
La-dee-da.
If I burn the adversity point to bring us up to 3 levels of success, can we see the ship?
Yes, you will have to do that to fully see the ship.
Yeah, I'll burn that adversity point to see the
Holy
ship.
shit.
Okay.
I still have an adversity point left from episode 1. So we're cruising with
So
gas.
this is a fair amount of work. It takes you, if you have a duty shift that night, maybe you have a later shift, like an after dinner shift, then you get this done before dinner, having woken up pretty early and working on this all day with the whole team. You patch in to Cloud Spotter. and you mess with the software and you actually improve its accuracy remotely. What you see on screen as like there's bated breath, when you realize that this is going to happen too, you call the captain so that he can come and see.
Hell yeah.
And the captain and Callie is like zooming in. He's not here, but he's like
He's videos conferencing.
He's on a screen and he can
Yeah.
see what's happening.
I think I'm also here too.
You pull up at first a flickering image and your hands are flying over the controls and there are other people like all around bringing up, and you hear like there's a call and response all throughout the navigation department where Zila will be like, bring up the gain, point 2. I'm throwing out random things, but they adjust and you get this crisp image and you see it. And you superimpose it into the galactic map that surrounds this room as you pull it up, and you zoom in on it and you see this corner of space. You see a perfect octohedron of a ship. There is no visible windshield that can see glass. Like you can't see anything that gives you the impression that you can directly see out what's immediately in front of you. It is a slate surface. It is made of what looks like this smooth slate black jade. Jade is the wrong. Like onyx.
Obsidian?
Obsidian, yes. It is like a smooth black, shining sort of rock. And this thing, I mean, must have been carved exquisitely. I mean, there's not a crack on the surface from what you can tell. And this is still, right, you're picking this up from really far away, even with the accuracy of this thing. But it is the most perfect geometric shape that you can imagine. And it is made of this weird material that almost doesn't even look like metal.
As we're looking at it, the fucking 2001: A Space Odyssey soundtrack, the "Ooh" comes on.
I think there's one more thing as well.
Absolutely.
Earlier on, someone had asked if you picked up the signal again. You do. Every 8 hours from the first broadcast.
Oh. Okay, so question. Sorry, not to cut in, but is it the exact same?
Yes.
Okay.
Wild. So that's a ship. That's where we're headed to. It sure is pretty. I guess we'll just keep working on trying to learn more about it. With your permission, Commander Captain.
Yes, please. This is... And you can see the emotion on his... He has, like, childlike wonder in his eyes as he looks at this thing, the first new alien vessel since... I mean, he's old enough to remember first contact with the Keith Raleigh, but, you know, he's, like, the captain, he's in his 500s. But this is the first new alien being that you've seen, and you're not even seeing a being. Well, I guess you don't really know.
Yeah.
Seems like it's a vessel.
Uh-huh.
You're looking at this thing. He goes, well, now we have a better visual reference. Over the next 3 days, then, as it gets closer, we should be able to this increased effect. It should be able to see a little more deeply what's inside. And Zila goes, yeah, you remember that weird electro, what's it from before? Yeah, that's still here. This resonance frequency that it's putting out, it's almost like it's bouncing up against our scans. It's not precluding us from seeing. There are 64 life forms on board, but we can't make out where exactly they are on the ship, what manner of life form they are. We're getting vital signs, but we don't have access to anatomy or anything like that. It's very odd.
And yeah, I think we're just gonna have to keep digging, as it were. Uh, but uh, Commander, Cause of Thoughtful Actions, with your permission, I wanted to go work with Lieutenant Rodriguez on the internal comms that he brought up earlier.
Of course. I will find someone to switch shifts with you so that you will be allowed to do so on the duty roster.
Thank you, sir. And then if we want, we could just kind of montage over to that. And
Yeah. So do you do that like after dinner? Because it is like time to eat, but you could just not.
Well, I feel like it's like I bring drinks from the cantina, we go set up, maybe he has a shift off, and we just like sit down, and it's way more casual than it is like work. It's just us getting together and collaborating, if that's what the vibe that you're down with, Ben.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think he did something that first day and was planning to do something different, but when you just rock up, just like, oh yeah, I just did this incredible thing. He's just like throws all his plans out and is like, it looks like what? Oh, okay. And then they just start planning out what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I should probably get into that then.
Hell yeah.
So what is the next attempted action then on your part, Rodriguez?
Next attempted action.
Essentially, what are you trying to accomplish here in this collaboration?
In this collaboration, I guess knowing that like that weird like electrical stuff is still emanating off of it and like its general shape now, I think he'll recruit Ladi's help to like make a drone that's like a lightning rod. So like just in case, even like if it doesn't mean to, it's like electrical signals affect the Mariposa, it would instead affect this drone. And I think that he would use Ladi's help as a Vrolkai to like test the drone's effectiveness, at least on the small scale, before he builds something full size with the engineering team.
Heck yeah.
So let's go ahead and have you roll a brains roll with mechanics because you are building. What die are you rolling again?
D20 for brains, D6 for mechanics.
Explode.
Okay.
Explode.
Let's give you.
Explode.
I'll give you a DC 12 to build this within like a duty shift.
And I get an engineering reroll, right? Because it's
Yes, you do.
Is there any way that I can assist?
Oh yeah, if you're here helping, yeah, bring it down to a 10.
okay. I rolled a 1 on the D20, but I reroll ones because I'm human.
Yeah.
And that doesn't even count as your advantage then. You just reroll ones in general.
That human luck.
Okay, so that was a 3 and
They have
5.
no other abilities. that's being a human. Ones don't hurt.
That is a 16.
Okay. So then you got one like exceptional level above. So you're able to build it with a little bit of time to spare and test it out. And the desired effect, it does seem to work.
Well, that's at least something. Hopefully, if it's like just being harmless, but just its pure existence makes electronics go weird, it'll buy us some time to figure that out.
Yeah, I can keep coming back and working with you on it whenever you want. I mean, even if I don't have a shift at the helm or with navigation, but yeah.
I guess this is really just up to science and the commander then to figure out what it's trying to say. I'm out of ideas unless you have anything, Ladi.
No, I used up all my brain space for the day. I'm running on 0.
And it's getting pretty late at this point too. So you did this during like dinner hours and then it took you time after. So it's getting to be later in the evening, like approaching a reasonable bedtime. You didn't have to burn the midnight oil to accomplish this because of that good roll, but it's getting toward a reasonable like time that you would stop working and go home.
Oh, I should probably report to Callie that I made this. I'll do that tomorrow during tomorrow's shift.
And then do we create, was that what you were describing earlier, like internal comms, so if something gets hit we can still communicate with one another, Ben?
He hasn't done that yet.
Oh, for sure. Okay. Yeah. Whenever you want to collab on that, if you want to collab on that, Ladi's also down.
That's a next day thing, I think.
Valid.
Okay. So that takes you guys through the first work day. You were involved in the first thing, but you weren't involved in that. So you have some time if there's anything you wanted to do on the first day.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit up the medical department.
Okay.
And collaborate with them to figure out, because like in real life we know what emotions look like in our brain. So I'm gonna work on that aspect. Because Lady Amari illuminated us to that fact, that music is emotion.
Okay.
Just to reconfirm, the signal isn't coming from the octahedron. It was coming from a different location, somewhere else inside the Unveiled galaxy.
You're sure now that it was coming from the octahedron.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The first one that you got on the ship was coming from, because they beamed it directly to the to Cloud Spotter.
Mm-hmm.
So you're always getting it via Cloud Spotter, but now it's getting close enough with those modifications you can hear it directly from the source instead. It's a stronger signal if you get it from Cloud Spotter because Cloud Spotter is closer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably the one you want to use.
Yeah. So I'm gonna hit up Nurse Nava and be like, does Dr. Fang have the brain space for this?
Oh yes. And then some.
So I go down there.
Okay. So you are trying to, what is your explicit goal here?
My explicit goal is to further work on what was already worked on. It seems the next phase of this is figuring out what these brainwaves mean, and if we can figure that out, and then from there build upon that. Like I'm just trying to build upon until we can get to some sort of codification, if possible, of the way this language works, and if we could potentially crack it so we could have communicate back is the ultimate goal.
So I'm gonna tell you right now that Dr. Fang specifically specializes in neuroscience.
Wow.
Yo.
They are an expert in neuromapping. They are certified in actually performing the transcension procedure on someone.
That's cool.
It's like their main specialty.
Mm-hmm.
And they do have a D10 in it. So you can have them roll it and give advantage for being the commander, being a rank above them. If you want to do that, or you can roll it yourself. But because it's specifically neuroscience, their role is probably better.
That is their expertise.
Yeah.
I think I'll do that. I'll use my previous xenolinguistical knowledge to, again, like with Aro and Imari, like I'll just talk them to the destination.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to roll my beautiful metallic Misty Mountain Gaming die.
Misty Mountain Gaming die, not sponsored. Could be though, because we love your dice.
Slide in those DMs.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a 9 and a 13, a 10 and a okay. The D10 explodes.
Okay.
Fuck it up.
I'm gonna keep this 13,
Mm-hmm.
but we're gonna explode the D10.
Let's go.
1. Okay, so 13 plus 11. 23, 24.
Wow.
Yeah. Off of a 14, so that's 2 levels above. Sorry, I should have said the DC before.
I trust you that you had it in
Yeah,
your
yeah.
mind, but you didn't
So-
say it.
It gets progressively harder the farther you go because you're
Mhm.
starting to get into theory and like
Mm.
you're testing theories. It's not as obvious anymore. So,
Yeah.
but I said 24, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
because it's 13
Off
plus
of
11
14.
off of 14, 19.
That's two.
24. Yeah, that's exactly 2. Oh yeah, duh, 10. Yeah. Okay. So what you get as Dr. Fang goes into this honestly like a mechanical frenzy.
Fugue state.
You see that like their fingers move android like at this point. And that's not like a normal necessarily thing for a transcendent human. They're not all like super enhanced, I work like an android. Their brain patterns have to be mapped like a human. But they are moving with such expertise and know exactly where to go and have a certain amount of dexterity as well, which is required, the level of precision that someone like this needs. And they start pulling up old research files. And in a matter of a couple hours of working together, during that same duty shift period that your team took, you finish around the same time. Dr. Fang goes, yes. Okay, I think I've got something. Okay, they're about, I'm gonna say, like 30 years back. We started really revisiting the idea of a transcension, specifically trying to use it as an opportunity to map the human experience in a little more detail than we've ever been able to do. I mean, like ancient humans, they were able to sort of quantify with brain waves and see like generally an emotion looks like this on a graph, but that's Stone Age. We're well beyond that. Transcension has given us the tools we need for this specific problem.
Mhm.
And I am the author of the solution. So, what was I saying? Research, yes, and the research is development. So, just look, and they pull up this screen of like this academic paper that was written quite a while back, and you see these experiments that were run during transcension of people who had been transcended, mapping in 3 dimensions their brain waves in different emotional sort of situations. And one in particular that you notice is this experiment where someone was put in a dark room. They volunteered for this, but they're put in a dark room and told, there are people in here with you. And they're going to do something. They might startle you, or they're going to say something at some point, but we're not going to tell you what they're going to do or when. And the study showed it was mapping the anxiety of the unknown, of knowing that something is going to happen, but not knowing what or when. And you can see what that pattern of neurons firing actually physically looks like in a 3-dimensional space. And it creates almost like this beautiful mountain range of lights. And then during that experiment, one outcome was that the lights come up. No one ever does anything startling, but the lights come up, and the person in the room was either a best friend or a parent with like a good relationship to the person. And you watch this rush of endorphins, I want to say, and essentially what happened in these transcended brains when they went from a fear and anxiety of the unknown to a comfort of trust of, oh, it's a person who I inherently trust, who I know very well. So now you look at this pattern, and Dr. Fang is going, do you see it? Do you see it? Nurse, do you see it? And Nurse Naba nods. And
Do I see it? Because I am neurons.
you do. And this is different. I mean, this isn't just like I am made of electricity, so I understand this, but Yeah, you do have a sort of connection to this, but this is a more human perspective, I would say. Or I should even say, this is exactly what we were talking about the other day, needing a word for like an organic person, but really just a person who is not water, a person who is like a flesh and blood's not it either, because transcended people are not, but
if anyone,
you know the distinction.
But if anyone was going to be able to understand it, it would be a Pondu, because we are this on a general scale.
What you see is that the way that the neurons fire, in general, when you move from a period of unknown and anxiety and fear, when that gives way to trust, the pattern that makes looks eerily similar to the song. The wildness and the chaos of the song suddenly giving way to a very structured, beautiful octave. When you map that out in three-dimensional space using this hollow table, they look very similar, very, very similar. And if you had to guess, the emotion, if this language is based on emotion and trying to convey an emotion with mathematics, you have a strong case that the emotion is trust out of fear. Trust built suddenly out of anxiety.
Is it trust based out of necessity?
Not necessarily, no, that you can tell. It's just going from, I'm in the dark, I don't know what's happening, and something is going to happen. I'm going to be scared. I'm going to be startled. Oh, it's someone who I trust.
Okay.
Awesome.
Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know if I know what to do with that, both as thoughtful and as me. I think all of us just sort of like sit in it for a little bit, trying to like make the connections of like, why would they trust us already? You know?
Just sitting there and kind of being like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know?
Because it brings forth the question of like, were they watching back? You know? Do they already know us?
Is it a trap?
Is it a trap? And I think I do convey all of this out loud. I do say like, they have no basis for trust, and yet this is what we see. And there's not, I don't think there's like that much to it. Like the excitement of and go that the flow state that Dr. Fang went into, I think dissipates as we're all left with the answer, which leads to another question. And I think they take that. I think they call Okita, Kotira,
oh, interesting,
and Tufti together to bring this forward to them.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Fang. That was most enlightening. I'm going to call a meeting. You feel free to come along. You can probably elaborate on points and answer questions better than I.
I would prefer not. And they look over to Nurse Nava, and Nurse Nava nods, and he goes, no, yeah, I should do that. Okay.
And I don't know if we necessarily need to roleplay that meeting out.
No, I don't think so.
But that I do bring this finding to them. And see what they say. And see how they think that we should proceed.
Yeah, I mean, the captain is interested, and he brings forward actually, no, I'm going to say it's Koti Ra. Koti Ra is the one who goes, are they saying that they trust us or that we should trust them? And she says this with no hint of an opinion, completely
Mhm.
neutral, but that's a fair point that she makes there.
Yeah.
And furthermore, these cascade sequences of the lights that we saw, the strange manifestation of Lieutenant Commander Ladi's power, were these a result of these beings or not? Questions upon questions. Nevertheless, your electronic communication failsafe. I guess I don't know if you guys are there, but
I don't think so. I think this
yeah.
is just a senior
Yeah.
command.
okay, so she knows
meeting.
about it as
Yeah.
this as the chief of security. This is something that would have to go through her because it is a security measure. So she says that experiment was a success, and I believe that this is good ground. As well, we are. I would prefer not to entertain the idea that this could be a trap, but it is my job to do so. Should the necessity for an away team come to pass, we may consider sending Liam, since he will be on board.
Would you have updated Rodriguez and Ladi about these findings?
I think that is a decision to be made between. I think I would say that's a decision to be made between primarily the captain and possibly Kotira.
Well, you guys have been stacking win after win.
Yeah.
Like you guys have been building trust with every success. So at this point, the captain already holds the opinion that you are the dedicated field team. You should be informed from every angle. That's kind of your real role on the ship. Like, yes, you help out with your departments, but being the field team means you have to know what's going on. So he would have, as a matter of procedure, already been doing that.
Oh, okay.
Even more so now. But it's not his job to do that. It's
Then
yours through Humbly. So really, Humbly would be the one coming to tell you guys this, or submitting the information to you in text form.
Via email.
I would hop on comms. Ladi probably goes away to a corner and hops on comms with both of you, and he's like, "Hey, this in regards to the peaceful patterns we're seeing, or whatever, the patterns of trust in the waves. I just want to bring our attention back to be ready. They're coming. You won't be able to understand. So I think that our alerts on whether or not this is a trap or not should be all the way up. But it might not be talking about these people. They might be relaying that information to us about other people. So if they are people.
We cannot rule out the idea that there are other hostile parties within the galaxy that do not have our best interest in mind, even if we think that this current octahedron of 64 has our best interest in mind.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up again because everything's on the board still at this point. But anyways, Commander, Lieutenant, over and out.
I have a question. Is it all 64 voices? Is there a permutation of 8 that is creating the message?
No, I mean, you've already determined that they're not voices anyway. It's too perfect to be a voice per se.
Yeah. Voices. Air quotes.
No, it doesn't coincide with the 64 element.
And it's not 8 either.
They're in octaves. So they are.
But we can identify different octave, I guess, signals. When I expand it into Ableton,
right?
Is it 8 tracks?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense.
Okay. And from that, is there an avenue that I could then create my first attempt at communication, a return
Ooh.
signal?
So that would be exceptionally hard
Mhm.
simply because you don't know what made this sound.
Mhm.
You can try. It's a high DC.
You can try.
Uh,
Can I do this?
I keep having it be brains rolls, but this might actually be. Well, you're better at brains than charm anyway, though.
I am.
Yeah. So, and your brains is your
A
D20.
D20.
Your D20. This is
We no longer
this is
have to
a
roll.
difficulty of 18 without a source of what the voice is.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is a hard roll.
Can I do
Explode.
it again? Maybe
Explode.
this time over Zoom. Can I do this again with Dr. Feng, because he would probably have to coach me through
Yeah,
the
I
idea
was-
of creating it based on neurons firing.
Yeah, I was assuming you had some sort of help
Yeah.
that already kind of brought it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I only give a difficulty of the highest number on your thing when it should be seemingly impossible with the information you have. You know?
Yeah.
So that brought it down to the 18. Yeah.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay, I need a 13 or better.
Just
Explode.
explode for
If
Explode.
it
it.
happens,
explode.
then this
Let's
is
do
going to
it.
be very interesting.
No!
No!
What was it?
A 10. So that's a
Ah.
15 total.
Okay,
Is
well,
there
it's not
any
an
way that-
exceptional failure.
Ben and I can give adversity points. Ben, how many adversity points do you have?
I have one, but aren't we still?
I also only have one. We're also
Like,
doing
it's
other things,
17.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
Damn it.
Damn.
The thing is that it's not. You do understand the mechanism,
Mhm.
and you can put together a message that like 15 is close. It's within a margin of 5 to
Mhm.
what you needed. So
like,
even though you don't
frustratingly
meet the
close.
goal of having something that you are sure they would understand in their own language, you can recreate the frequency artificially.
Mhm.
You can imitate sounds, and you can make something that is mapped over a different general emotion that you want to convey. But you can't generate the exact sound. You can only have the computer try to replicate it, and you can tell it doesn't sound right. There's something crisp and clean and perfect about it. And a computer can do that better than a person can. But it's a little computery.
It's too computery.
And it kind of calls into focus that, like, I was thinking you kind of have failed forward here, because
Mhm.
you're realizing that your first instinct, all of you, it seemed, was that, well, if this isn't a human voice, if it's too perfectly timed to
It
be a
must have
human
been a
voice,
computer.
it must have been a computer.
But the
But
computer
it's too
sounds
crisp
too
and
computer.
yeah, it can't be a computer either.
Interesting.
Whoa.
I think what I'm going to go for when I inevitably fucking get it, I'm gonna go for the general emotion of curiosity.
And you can put together the approximation of that
Mhm.
too over the second day.
Yeah.
Because this is like the next thing. So unless there's anything else that anyone wants to do over the second day, if you don't mind, I would like to bring us to the third day.
Have something.
Does that affect anything
Yeah.
for you? Okay.
Pretty big.
Okay. Give me a day 2 then.
Okay. So I think, like, as soon as Rudy wakes up, he'll like mass ping the field team, the captain, Dr. Fang, Callie,
Mhm.
and Koti Ra is the security chief.
Mhm.
Yeah. And he'll be like, I know that I don't have the rank for this, but I think we should have like a nice meeting. I thought of something. And then, like, he's like barely dressed. He's got half his uniform on. The rest is like draped over a chair, and he's got like hastily scratched out blueprints. And like, if the meeting is allowed to happen and if everybody gathers there, he'll be like, all right, guys, I don't know why I didn't think of this, because I guess I was just being dumb or something, but I thought of something last time. last night. So just stay with me. This sounds insane, but it's just insane enough that it might work. So Pondu are living neurons in like water, right? And this thing is sending emotions, raw emotions. Well, why don't we just send emotions back? Why don't we just build a machine that sends raw emotions back? I mean, Pondu already have mechanical bodies. We just need to change that so that they can just transmit emotions, right? So instead of having to figure out frequencies and whatever, have uh we just have the first officer just send something back in through pure emotions. Huh? Huh?
Ooh la la.
You see the senior officers kind of look at each other like, good idea, how? Right? There's this like, okay, interesting. And I think Callie would be the first one to be like, again, I like where your head's at. We can work on that. I mean, the first officer is, with Dr. Fang's help, pretty ahead of the curve here in terms of the mechanism of how they're trying to get information across to us. The problem would be transmitting it with the level of perfection needed. And it seems as though they're already working on something to that effect to translate to transmit that raw emotion. But the vessel of transmission seems to be where we're stuck. We don't know how they made this sound.
Rudy will just kind of like sit back and like think for like half a second, and then he'll just kind of sit up and be like, what if we wouldn't have to transmit it over space but just through touch? We find a fluid or something that would extend the Pondu's electrical wavelengths, and we just have them do it through the ship.
You know personally, that would put a lot of strain on your body.
Yeah.
You would have the chance of scattering your own neurons into the ship.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think that when the captain is here, right?
Yeah.
I think when there is that true beat of silence as everyone is thinking about how that would work, and Okita can see it, that thought reaches my little neuron brain, my water, and immediately the water starts spinning in a tornado really, really fast. I don't say anything, but something is different now that realization has occurred.
First officer, I know I have a lot of different projects on my plate right now, but could I ask permission to assist Lieutenant Rodriguez in finding a way to either make this communication possible or find a way to make this communication possible in a way that is not invasive on Ponte physiology?
Yes, Lieutenant and Lieutenant Commander, yes.
And I guess Commander Zio, I need your permission too, if you are okay with that.
Oh, I mean, when you have the time to spare, I'd say you can mess with some R&D.
Yeah.
I would say try to build off of what Constant Thoughtful Actions has already worked out. That is sort of our best avenue so far. Trying to figure out what made this sound and how it traveled this far. Well, let's put it this way. Tomorrow we're going to have a little bit better idea of what the composition of that ship is. Maybe that'll give us a clue.
Ma'am, sir.
Which brings us to the third day. With your advanced sensor technology, as you gather in this room to, like, everybody wakes up, like, at the time that the second you know you're going to be in range, or that they're going to be in range for the better scan. The image which, it was clear, but it still had that bit of a flicker. It's crisper now of that slate black surface. And you start getting readings, and you are in direct communication with the science team. And after some analysis, Tufti gives you the report that the exterior of their ship, it is indeed not made of metal. It is made of a highly complex and dense crystalline formation. It seems, by the look of it, to have been carved somehow. It's not naturally forming, but it is a natural sort of material. And the nature of it is what is scattering the sensor field around it, and making it so that you can detect life signs in there, but you don't get a good feel at all for who is inside it. The composition of the rock is not similar to anything anyone is particularly familiar with. The closest thing is the particular crystals that are native to Unal that are used in the reaction that makes warp travel possible. That's the closest thing to it.
Do we have extra of those?
Yeah, there's reserves of that.
Okay. Put that in my pocket.
But it is absolutely bizarre. None of you have ever seen a ship made of anything besides like metal and polymers. Something made of this strange rock. But something else happens on this third day. When the ship is in closer range now, it is still pumping the same signal out, but it's coming in every 4 hours now instead of every 8.
What the fuck? I hate math.
Does that happen at a certain distance away?
It's once they are essentially they're in like a closer sensor range for the modified cloud spotter satellite to scan them better with more efficiency and detail. And the nature of the ship is still not letting you really get a feel for what is inside beyond their life signs. They are organic. They have pulses. They're stable. There's 64 of them. That's all we got. But you can clearly tell that they are now putting more urgency into the broadcast. They're sending it more frequently to you.
Are they moving?
Yes, they're on their way to Cloud Spotter, which is where you're trying to get to.
Oh, okay.
How big are these crystals?
They come in various sizes, but the size that is standard on the ship is like that.
Can I take? They're not radioactive or anything, right?
No, the reaction has to be induced.
Okay.
They're just crystals by themselves.
I'm gonna take one, and I'm gonna put a little hockey puck speaker up against it, and I'm going to play that song that I created that's supposed to, in theory, convey curiosity, and I'm gonna play it into the crystal and have like you were saying earlier, have the crystal absorb and then reflect the sound waves of it. And maybe that's so realizing that this is made out of a crystalline structure. Thoughtful is like, wait a second. So they're putting it out of a computer but into a crystal. Does that get closer to how it should sound?
So you're saying creating, like what we talked about earlier, the crystals that are native to, like Unveiled, that sound when you ping a tuning fork off of that crystal?
Yes.
Yeah, this sounds way closer to it. It's not exact, but it is significantly closer.
I'm going to turn to Koti Ra and the captain and be like, this is the closest we have gotten to sound recreating what could be their language. Shall we take the risk and send this out to them?
The captain steeples his fingers in front of his face again. He says, I think it's worth it. Make it happen.
Yeah! Okay.
Yeehaw.
And then we very carefully position and broadcast what I'm hoping will be translated into curiosity.
I want to make this a charm roll because you're trying to convince them, but really you're you know the mechanism of the emotion.
Yeah.
So you're making it with math. So it's not necessarily a charm roll. It's programming it efficiently.
Well, I've already programmed it, is the thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it is easier.
It's also like the resonance of the emotion, though. I feel like that could relate to charm.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll once again, I keep doing this, but I really like the idea of I'm going to make it a base 10 because you know you've created it. So if you were to take half,
this is a brains check?
What?
This is a brains check.
Well, aren't you you're trying to create the correct?
I'm trying to create the correct, but I've already done that. The program is already created.
Mm-hmm.
This is like if they believe the emotion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know.
Oh, if it's convincing to them.
Well,
yeah.
I guess like the question is, did I do it well enough? And does the crystal help well enough to actually make it like, I guess really what I'm going for is like, will they understand the emotion? I don't really care if there's an accent or not. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, can I still understand? Can we still will they still understand us, even if it's not perfect? And I'm really trying to I guess the role is like, did I actually convey curiosity and not a different emotion that is actually bad, you know?
I'm inclined to make this a resolve check then.
Oh,
God. That's
sick.
Okay.
Do we all have D12s in resolve?
I think so.
Yeah, there's one skill that we all have the same as. It's resolve.
Is this empathetic or xenolinguistical or computers?
It is xenolinguistical at this point because you understand it better.
I don't even know if that's a word. I just like saying.
So with this new information, again, so you can transmit it with no issue.
Yeah.
There's no risk of like, we successfully put it where it needs to go. The base level, if you were to take half, you would be confident that you got across the closest approximation of raw curiosity. But escalating levels of success determine whether you can make it more personal.
Okay. I do have rerolls on resolve checks. That doesn't apply to the xenolinguistic die though. It's just the resolve die.
No, when you have advantage for your department, it's all your die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just explode.
Explode. Okay.
Very, very bad.
Okay.
Let's do the other set.
Do it.
Just to be safe.
We believe in you.
Okay, that's better.
Okay.
What's the DC?
It was 6.
Okay. Oh my God, I got a 7.
Okay.
Oh.
So you are confident that you have recreated curiosity. It sounds as close as you can get it, short of a computer's level of mathematical, but you've decided that the computer's perfection is not as important as the specific resonance of it.
Yes.
That makes it feel better. So
yes.
Do you do this on the third day? Like or do you wait to the next? Okay.
Well, I do it at the discretion of Koti Ra and the captain.
Okay.
I think I discover the crystal situation on the third day. If they're like, let's just send it because we're here.
Send
then
they're going to
we
do it. Okay. The captain would say to do it midday on the 4th day, so they have time to prepare.
Okay.
Just to make sure in case anything happens. So they have people ready at the sensors. They are monitoring every facet of communication with the ship. And everyone gathers around and the signal is sent out, and it has that it's a different kind of cascade harmony. The sound is much more curious sounding, even. It manifests in the actual sound. And you hear it, and then there's just a silence. You wait. And then there's a ping on the sensor log. There's an image of the ship because you can see it now. A shimmering field begins to emanate from it. Through directly transmitted to the ship now, not to Cloud Spotter, but to the ship. Coming through the speakers as the captain orders is this sound of only the second part, but faster. Just the trust half. But it's urgent. It is fast. It is Flight of the Bumblebees. And as you are watching the image of this ship, you get Toofty saying, "Sir, their warp capabilities have nearly tripled. I don't know where the power came from or how, but they're..." And you guys see it just, and it rockets forward, and you have to zoom out and like adjust the calibration of the navigation department as it is now making a beeline for the Mariposa. Faster than anyone thought it could go. And the captain turns to his senior officers. I think you guys are back on the bridge now at this point, and he goes, "Suggestions."
Like it's rocketing towards us as it's like gonna hit us, or it's rocketing towards us as it's like in our.
It's not gonna hit you, but it is suddenly moving at an intercept course. Toofty says through the scanners. He says, "They're going at this speed. They're going to be here in less than 24 hours.
Okay.
Before we will even reach."
Can we say that over the course of day 3 and into day 4 that we reworked Rudy's idea of using Pondu neurons to like send out a message into, we can try to make a machine that can faster create these patterns of neurons so we can create messages faster?
Well, you haven't had time to do that yet, though, is the problem.
But like we were like started working on that over the course. Okay.
At this point, things are escalating very quickly.
24 hours.
So
is that enough time?
I didn't do anything during day 2 and pretty much day 3 as well. Can I have worked on the communication thing so that we have that going for when they get here? Okay, cool. Do you want me to roll for that at all?
No, because you've laid enough of a foundation of that. The internal communication thing.
Yeah.
You guys
exactly.
already did that. So it's
okay. Cool. I just want to make sure that was done. Dope.
Yeah, that's been done for a couple days. I think.
Okay.
So at this point, Zila goes, "We can go full stop, wait for them to get here, or we can adjust course, forget our original plan, and beeline straight to them. Get there sooner, meet them in the middle, intercept in 12 hours."
How valuable would the the 6 members of crew that we are intercepting and picking up, how valuable would they be in this initial interaction?
Didn't we already do that?
Yeah, well, you're like about to get there, yeah. So you can park, so you can park there, wait for them to arrive at the station, and have your new crew members.
Well, with our gravitational thing, we were just going to tractor beam them in. We're going to slingshot around the planet and tractor beam them in as we were slingshotting, so we could just keep going.
I think we should go to Outpost 8 and get the crew members and wait for I think the farther we are from the actual Unveiled galaxy, we should let them come to us. I think.
And if you put this forth,
I feel that.
Then you guys all put that forth. Koti Ra nods, turns to the captain. The captain says, "Right. Then we'll wait there. Let them come to us. Everyone at your stations. Callie, prepare what we talked about. On it, sir. And you all at the Mariposa becomes a buzz now. There's no alarm blaring, but you all make your way to your stations, and over the next several hours, working on these various facets of your department in preparation for these people, potentially emotion-based in this geometric crystalline structure coming towards you at a rapid rate. You know that the rest of the crew is picked up, but things are happening kind of concurrently as the ship keeps picking up speed, and you are very close after you arrive at Outpost 8. And you see, you have hit just at the time that you said, when it has orbited the farthest reach around the moon that would be on your course, that you can slingshot around that orbit. You park yourselves there instead of slingshotting. You don't actually get to meet these 6 crew members as they're brought aboard, because you are all on standby now. And the moment comes as you gather on the bridge. This geometric ship comes into view, and the captain says on screen, and you see it stops. It comes out of warp, and even as it does so, the sounds that it makes, those resonant frequencies, they're matching that curious tone that you made. But again, it's faster, and it's on a tighter, there's like an undercurrent of something that probably would take another roll to fully understand. The mechanics of it is that you get that it's what you sent out, but faster. And it's over and over and over again. And then it stops, and you get something else. And the captain says, "Can we open a channel?" Humbly, who is at his terminal, says, I wouldn't, I mean, I'm trying, I'm transmitting to them, but their computer, we don't even know how it works. How would we possibly send? I'm trying everything I can, sir. Hold on. So that they're transmitting something to us. They're transmitting data. Should I attempt to block it? It's not, it's coming in fast. Wait, it's not. Sir, this is strange. It's not like the other data they've sent. It's not musical notes. It's actual numerical information. It looks like it. Hold on. Images, sir. Seems like from a satellite. Says, "Can you bring them up on screen?" "Yes, sir." He brings up on the view screen, replacing the image of space in front of you, the image of this geometric ship, a different area of space. And at first, to you, it doesn't look at all familiar. But Humbly zooms up, and Toofty is here as well, and he's like blinking at it. The captain reaches up and he pulls the image 3-dimensionally out, and he casts it into the room. So you are standing on the bridge, but in the midst of what you all realize is the Ilias Galaxy. The galaxy that Thrall and Unal are in.
They were watching back.
But the image, it's not quite right. The stars are not in the position that they're supposed to be in. The planets are there, but accretion hasn't fully set in. They're rocky. The landscape is completely different. The continent formations, as the captain is zooming in, don't look right. And the captain says, "Toofty, give me something." And Toofty goes, "Sir, this is the Ilias Galaxy, but if I had to venture a guess, as it looked roughly 1.5 billion years ago."
Oh, I thought it was gonna be a mirror galaxy. Yo.
And that is where we will pick up in the conclusion of Starlit Future, the Unveiled Galaxy.
What
What
the
the
fuck?
fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Some time
Yeah.
travel shit.
I am having so much fun with this.
I'm pressed. I'm so pressed right now.
Thank you all for joining us again. Until next time, I've thought of a sign off. Keep it cosmic. Goodbye.